Hello and welcome everybody. Let me put the names in just to make sure. To the coverage of the British Chess Championship of 2016. It's the 103rd edition. My name is Niclas Huschenbeth and next to me is the lovely Fiona Steil-Antoni. This is probably the first time ever I've pronounced her name kind of correctly.
Very good, yeah.
Yeah? Okay, I'm very glad. So we lost Lawrence, unfortunately. Well, lost is maybe a little bit hard, but he is on his way to US to be there for the Single Cup, which is starting in just a few days for his boy Fabiano Caruana. So for the first time, us two.
Yep.
But it's not like we're unfamiliar with each other.
Absolutely, we did Bilbao together. So today, I'm hoping for a round that's as exciting as yesterday. Yesterday we had a lot of action. We had the top clash between David Howell and Mickey Adams. A very interesting game. And then also the encounter between David Eggleston and Keith Farkel, which was a very topsy-turvy game. And yeah, today, Eggy, as I like to call him, is a good friend of mine. He's on my team in England.
Okay.
He's on 6 out of 7.
Right, that's amazing.
Having an amazing tournament. And he's facing top seed Mickey Adams with the black pieces. So it's going to be interesting how that goes for him.
Right. So does he like this nickname, Eggy?
He has never complained. So
okay.
I think it's just established itself now.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen a lot of, in previous rounds when I was commentating a few rounds ago, there was this one guy in the chat, one user, who was making all these egg jokes.
There's
it
not
was
usually,
pretty funny.
Yeah.
It was pretty funny.
There's someone we'll get to the games in a second, but Eggy has a twin brother actually, Thomas Eggleston. So when they were younger, they used to be called Deggles and Teggles, I think, but now his brother more or less quit chess, so there's just one Eggy now.
I see.
And
Yeah.
Eggy today, I was talking about this yesterday. Now, chess-wise.
Chess-wise already.
Chess-wise.
Okay, let's get started here.
David, I know him very well. As I said, we play on the same team, and as I'm the team captain, I often have to think which color do I give to people, depending on who we face, etc., etc. And David is known for his excellent opening preparation. And the opening he probably knows best is the Open Sicilian, which he plays with both colors. And yesterday he faced Keith Farkel with the white pieces, and Eggy opened with 1 e4. And I said to Lawrence, I'm curious what Keith is going to do, because Keith is also on our team. So
so they know each other.
They know each other very well. And Keith also knows that Eggy knows the Sicilian very well. And the Sicilian isn't Keith's main opening by far, and Keith played, and I said Keith is going to do anything but 1 c5, and he went c5.
Of course, that's just always what happens, right?
And in a theoretical position where there were 800 games, he suddenly started thinking for half an hour.
Really?
Because Keith doesn't usually prepare for games. Again, this is not a secret; everyone knows it. So I couldn't understand.
That's risky.
Opening, yeah.
That's risky. So today, Michael Adams, the two leaders facing each other, both on 6 out of 7. And Michael Adams, playing for the white pieces, is going for the Open Sicilian. We're seeing a knight off here. A little bit curious move order maybe. Usually black takes on d4 first, then knight takes d4, knight f6. The point of going knight f6 first is that it doesn't allow white to play the sideline here, queen takes d4, but then again, really not a line you necessarily need to be afraid of. It gives white some other options though to go knight f6. You need to be aware of d takes c5 here as well. So I think this move bishop b5. But Adams doesn't bother. He just transposes. He wants to go for this Open Sicilian anyway. Now we see the knight orf. Here of course white has many choices. Adams goes for the rarer move g3, which I think suits him well. Adams is known more as a positional player, takes it slow. He's not going to enter the crazy variations after, let's say, bishop g5, where it's very sharp and a lot of theory. And g3 is a more calm approach. e5. Yeah, black has many options here. You can also choose a Scheveningen setup. I like to play with the dragon setup here, g6, which I found very useful against all these sidelines of white, where white is not playing like super aggressively, like g3 or also a4, 6a4. Similarly, I just found that the dragon setup is just a really nice, solid setup and easy to play. It's just my personal choice. But e5 certainly also a good move. Knight d2. We have some more moves coming in here. Knight d2, bishop e7, bishop g2, and castle. Yeah, just a normal opening. Personally, I don't like to play these positions with e5, but I think it's a matter of taste. You give up this square on d5. On the other hand, you gain some more control over the center. Just a personal, I think just a personal taste. Some people like those positions better.
Yeah. And as usual, I'm keeping an eye on the chat here, Chess24, also on Twitter. So for any questions and comments, use either the chat or hashtag C24Live. And there is a subplot, I believe, to this game. I mean, I haven't calculated or checked this, but I'm fairly sure that David Eggleston, a draw in this game, would be enough for him to score a GM norm. And Trotters is pointing out, that reminded me of this, that Eggleston is having a fantastic time, 3 consecutive victories over GM. So indeed, an excellent
That is quite a
tournament.
difficult feat to accomplish.
Yeah. And he is winning, well, sadly for him, he's not winning 55 points because he's been above 2,400, so it's half that, but still winning 27, 28 points after 7 rounds.
Otherwise, if he was still below 2,400, you're
Yeah.
saying he would have factored 20?
Yeah.
15? Or did
Didn't
they change it?
They changed it, I believe.
Oh, I
'Cause
thought they only introduced this factor 40 for...
No, they changed this a couple of years ago, and I chose this moment to start playing very badly, so I know.
So there's no, you're saying there's no factor 15 anymore?
Unless I'm mistaken, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't up to date. I
Yeah.
crossed 2,400 unfortunately as well already, so
And
can't have any of that.
Mr. Dodgy is asking, does he still get a norm if it's all English players? Yes.
That's the exception rule.
For national championships, you can get norms. You don't need the nationalities.
Because otherwise you could pretty much never make a norm, except for like here, in fact, we do have some foreign players. Dietmar Kolbos and Justin Tan, but you know, it would be quite difficult to get them all in the same tournament.
I think there are just 3 of them in the tournament, Dietmar and Justin Tan and Tamas Fodor. And a Welsh
somebody from
player.
Wales, yeah,
And
there's some
Scottish,
more, but
yeah, maybe.
but you know, it would be quite
tricky.
hard. It would be quite hard. And Casey Jones is very excited about today's showdown on board 1. Can't wait for the excellent showdown today at the British Championship. Adams versus Aggie and 5 exclamation marks. Yes, we are excited as well.
And the puns keep flying in the chat as well. I won't mention all of them. I think there have been enough.
There have been so many. All right, let's take a quick tour of the
What
other games we have
going on?
today. And it seems like every game of Gawain Jones is in English those days. At least it feels like to me. C4, E5, Knight C3, Knight F6. Knight F3, Knight F6. G3, Bishop C5. And we have seen this line already in this tournament. Maybe even Gawain. Now remember there was the game between Michael Adams and Richard Pert in round number, I don't know. Let me see. Round number 4, exactly. Richard Pert was doing very well in this line. He played A6 here. And then I think continued D4 and Bishop A7. Yeah, pretty sure actually.
So you're saying his brother played the same line?
Oh yeah, yes, you're absolutely right. This is
I wasn't listening at the start, so I wasn't sure if you'd pointed it out or if...
No, I have not. Yeah, so...
They are twin brothers, actually.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I thought they're just, regular brothers.
No. And they very much look alike, so
Oh.
it's quite funny seeing them together.
So who knows which one's playing today, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. Well, Nick is the stronger one by weighting of the two of them,
Well,
so I guess he
how
wouldn't.
can you tell what game? Maybe it's Richard again playing the same line. I mean, that's something I've always wondered. I mean, we
It's
also
hard.
have some twins in our chess club, and one is as it is usually one is a little bit stronger, and then we're just wondering what if we just put the other twin into a league game? Who is going to notice? I mean,
Yep.
nobody's going to notice, right?
Absolutely.
But okay, anyways, forget that I said all that. It's probably not legal. So let's see how Gawain is playing. He's playing d3, so not going for d4. Oh no, e3. Oh, he didn't go for this a6 move, which I'm pretty sure is probably played, but he played bishop f5. Now d3. Okay. So this is interesting actually, because usually I feel like white always goes d4, but it seems Gawain is taking a slow approach, and I could even imagine him playing something like e4 and later somehow following up with f4. That's always also something I see in his games. He likes those positions. He plays with black, he plays the King's Indian, and then I think maybe even a Leningrad, not sure, but he likes to go for some with f4 and a fianchetto bishop on g2. I would say we continue our tour.
Yeah, and I was just going to briefly mention the standings because these two, Gawain Jones and Nick Pert, are just behind the leaders on 5.5 out of 7. And also on 5.5 is Chris Ward, who's playing on board 3 with the black pieces against Danny Gormelli.
Yeah, you know what? Let's get the standings in real quick. If I can, yeah. Just above. Well, now it's in your face. Yeah, here we see the standings. Just real quick. Adams and Egglestone, the showdown on board 1, both on 6 out of 7. And then there's a group of 4 players on 5.5, which of course are very much in striking distance. And Jones and Pert are playing against each other. But Chris Ward and Howell are not. No, excuse me.
Yeah,
What
they are
am I
not.
saying?
I
It's not 4 players. It's 3
Three
players on
players,
5.5. Excuse me.
I was also expecting Chris to play David, but because of the colors, he's playing Daniel Gormelli instead.
All right. So let's go to that game. And there we are already, in
Yep.
fact. So not much has happened here. e4, c5, knight f3, g6. So this is hinting at the accelerate dragon. And here, well, white can go d4.
Chris Ward, I believe, one of the biggest experts.
On
At
the
least when
dragon?
I started playing chess, he was the authority. I think he's written a book, at least one book on the dragon. So, yeah.
Right.
Daniel not having any of that.
No, he's just going for c3, which is an offbeat approach, I guess. Yeah, I mean, white can play d4 here, and here is also queen takes d4. Interesting, actually, I was recommended by Robin van Kampen in his recent series against the Sicilian, part 2, where he covers all the lines except for Rossolimo Sicilian. So he did a 2-part series on Chess24, and he recommends this move. I looked at it, looks like a pretty nice approach to get a small but solid edge. But also, of course, knight takes d4, which would allow, for one, the accelerated dragon to bishop g7, or also black could transpose here with knight f6, which not a lot of people know. Actually, Robin pointed this out to me, and now white has to go knight c3, e5 fails due to queen a5 check, and then this just transposes, and if black wanted to, he could get you back into a normal dragon here. But then there's also, of course, after knight takes d4, bishop g7. Here white can play knight c3 or go into this Maroczy structure with c4. Anyways.
Yeah, I missed the question earlier from Pramod. I think it was about the Gawain show, the Gawain game, so we'll go back there after we're done with this one.
Sure. So this c3 move also makes a lot of sense. I haven't seen it before yet. I would guess, well, okay, bishop g7, but now he goes bishop c4. And I'm thinking that if d4, probably black is going to take once on d4 or play d5 immediately. Must be the idea. But bishop c4, certainly came as a little surprise to Chris Ward. White is just developing the bishop and might still later follow with d4. And yeah, I actually like this move because, well, the point is it is preventing d5 from happening, and Chris has played d6. And, well, in fact, now I could just imagine White playing d4. So, interesting opening approach by Gomali. Surprising his opponent, and I think there's some point to it. Alright, we don't have any moves. Oh, we do have moves, excuse me.
Let's very quickly go back to Pramod's question. I believe it was in Gawain's game. He said, Niclas, super GMs tend to play 4 bishop b4. Was that here?
Yeah, bishop b4 and bishop c5 I think are the main moves, even though d5 also exists, of course. Bishop b4 is actually a move I used to play as well. And he asks,
exchange on c3 and what do they get in return for giving up the bishop?
Right, in many lines black takes on c3, and that's kind of a reverse Rossolimo, right? So what they get in return is the doubled c-pawn, slightly weaken the white pawn structure. So that's kind of the point behind it. And there are also some very sharp lines here, if I remember correctly, with e4 and a lot of stuff happening here. So this is also quite interesting, but of course completely different variation. Let's just, I would say, continue our tour for now.
And this is also an interesting pairing because Dietmar Kolbos used to be the captain of David Howell in the Bundesliga at Trier.
Oh, really? Yeah, you know your stuff.
I know my stuff.
Or you did some research.
No, I didn't do any research, but
you just know it.
I play in England quite a lot, especially with at the Four in Seattle. David Howell is a very good friend of mine, so I know these things. I know some. I like to comment on the British Championship. There's some insider knowledge. You can do some trash talk, some friendly trash talk, let's say. But yeah.
Right.
So Dietmar Kolbos used to be David's captain when he played for Trier in the Bundesliga. And Dietmar Kolbos also, I think, having a very good tournament, or a decent tournament, at least.
Dietmar, how is Dietmar doing? He's doing okay. Nothing too special. He won his last 2 games against, slightly weaker rated opponents. And on 5 out of 7, he's doing well. He has just lost 1 game against Niclas Pert.
Today a very big test, though.
Indeed. And David has already spent...
Yeah, I was just going to say.
And this is what we say every round. I'm not sure if this time he was late to the game or if he's indeed spending a lot of time in the opening.
I guess it could be a combination of both. Again, I said I know David very well. He tends to be late a little bit, but he also famously tends to spend a lot of time. But still, this strikes me as a bit excessive. I don't know Dietmar's white repertoire, but I doubt he could have surprised David so much with these 3 moves that he needed to sink into a 20-minute thought.
Well, I think David is probably thinking about either playing with d6 or d5, which setup he should choose here. How much risk maybe he wants to take in the opening. If he goes d5, then we have the symmetrical variation where, well, let's be honest, it's not easy for black to create any play. So I would be surprised to see him go for that.
But to be fair, that's something you can think about before the game. What approach you want to take, how many risks. Do you want to have a rather solid opening or a rather risky one? So yeah, people in the... Also yesterday when he faced Mickey Adams, I think one of the reasons David lost was his time management, because he was down to his last 30 seconds for the last 20 moves.
Wow.
So it's extremely tough playing anyone on agreement, but especially Mickey Adams, of course.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate because time is just a crucial factor. So you can play a game so well and then you make 1 move. That's how cruel chess is. You make one wrong move and all the work of several hours you can throw away in just 1 single move. That's how it is. And that's why time management is actually a very important factor. And David hasn't played either move. I suggest he's going for c5, which also looks perfectly fine to me. Probably White will just react with c3 though. And then in fact, we might still see something like the symmetrical variation, just that Black takes on d4 versus White taking on d5.
And indeed, Mr. Dodgy is pointing out that Colbus plays this kind of stuff all the time, so I doubt David will have been too surprised.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows when he arrived at the board or what he's thinking. But this just has been a recurring theme in this tournament for him.
Yeah, shall we move on?
Yeah, absolutely.
Board 5, actually those players only are on 4 points, so maybe we can...
Right, Mark Hepner is playing on board 5 every game.
He's assigned to board 5. I pointed this out yesterday because of the lighting in the playing hall. He finds it a bit dark, so he was assigned to board 5. But on board 6, this is a very interesting game. Martin Brown against Justin Tan, and both these players are doing very well. I think Martin Brown, how many points is he?
Both of them are on 5 out of 7. Martin Brown coming from 3 straight victories.
Yeah, and he's winning 30 rating points. And Justin Tan on 5 out of 7, he's only lost 1 game and he's already played the top 3 seeds.
That's nice.
He's also well on course for potential norm if he wins today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he has drawn against Howland Jones, lost against Adams, and just is coming off a win against Mark Hepton.
In a very nice game yesterday. So this is going to be an interesting one, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, if these last 4 rounds are going well for him, he could end up pretty far up. Yeah. Absolutely. And obviously today he's looking for a win against his 200 points weaker rated opponent. We'll see if he'll manage. What is the opening? It is a Scottish. It's not Scottish. A Scotch.
Yeah.
So Scottish is not.
Scotch. Yeah.
Scottish is not a word. Not a word.
It is a word, but.
So what's the difference?
I'm not sure. Well, you use Scotch for chess and for whiskey. Don't ask me why. And then for everything else, I mean everything relating to.
So
Scottish
it's the
people.
Scottish people.
Yeah.
And how is one single Scot? Is that how you?
A Scot, yeah.
A Scot.
So
a mystery.
Scotch.
All right, the Scotch. Yes, Bishop c5 is. There are 2 big moves here: Knight f6 and Bishop c5. Bishop b4 also exists, a little bit rarer, but also quite valid. Bishop c5. Here, White has plenty of choices.
I think Knight b3 was first play, or not first, but Magnus was one of the players who maybe played Knight b3 first. I think Bishop e3 is still the main move.
Bishop e3 or Knight takes c6 are the main moves. Yeah. But Knight b3 also quite possible. I think, back in the day, there was this game between, maybe it was Magnus, I don't really recall, where White is going for this queenside castle, indeed, sometimes having some attacking prospects on the king side. So here Bishop b4 check, provoking c3 to not allow the white knight to develop to c3. Now Bishop f4, d6, and now c4 to bring the knight to c3, but of course White would rather have the pawn on c2. It's just adding some weaknesses to his position, feels like to me, and also the bishop in many cases would like to be here where the pawn is on c4.
Yeah, and Pramod is saying 8c4 is interesting. I'm not sure how common this is.
We can find out in a heartbeat, almost. And you guys can do so too if you just click on the game in the broadcast, and then you can just click on opening tree, and it is telling
or database, actually.
Or database, yeah, either one. And database is actually more specific. It tells you the game, and opening tree is also telling you the next move. So this was still played once between Tatiana Kosentseva against Ekaterina Kovalevskieva. Let's see how often the move c4 was played. Yeah, indeed,
Just
it's not
four
the
times,
main
yeah.
move, but in general, this position before c4 only has occurred like 20 or 30 times, so not a very well known position to begin with. Bishop f6, now queen d2, and a5. Yeah, I like a5. I do like a5, introducing this idea of a4 followed by a3 potentially. And the knight is a little bit awkward. So, for example, if white was to go knight c3, then black could immediately follow up with a4, knight has to retreat to c1, and they can even push a3. And then white is pretty weak on the dark squares.
I was thinking the c4 move somehow looks strange because you're restricting the bishop, also because you're giving potential outposts on d4, b4. It just, looks strange.
I mean, there's some virtues to it as well. You're taking more control of the center, and you want to bring the knight to a natural development square on c3, but certainly, like you're pointing out, there are drawbacks as well. Yeah, especially right now, you don't want to play a move like a4 because this would give black a beautiful outpost on b4 for his knight. But you do have to answer this question somehow of a4, a3, and not an easy task. Maybe white can go a3 himself and then just a4, knight c1, and then continue knight c3, but it's also looking a little bit awkward at least, but possible.
And also, what's the bishop going to do? Are you going to put it on e2, d3, or are you potentially going to play g3?
Yeah, g3 would strike me as maybe too slow. It already feels like
White is struggling with development.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe in a dream scenario, I could put my bishop here on d3, knight on c3, and knight on e2. Let's just put some moves on the board. Something like this.
But what if I play a move like knight e5 instead of bishop e6?
Yeah, I was saying a dream scenario.
Yeah.
Yeah, this a3 move, it's true. It's also adding some problems. Maybe after all, white should just ignore all of this and really go for this line, even though it does look ugly. But if you get your pieces out at least this is stable.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like this opening has gone white's way.
Yeah, here also black has a nice square on b4 for the knight. And this is looking nice for black, certainly. So, do we have more players on 5 out of 7? Yes, we do. Marcus Osborne, and he's playing with the white piece against Richard
he's also
Palliser.
having a very, very good tournament.
Let's see, he's 2244 rated, and he's just coming off a win with black against Grandmaster Thomas Fodor, who himself has not made an impact in the tournament yet.
Another teammate of mine, I have almost my complete team playing there in the British Championship. And Tamás, it's the first time he plays in the British. He is Hungarian, and Lawrence was explaining to me yesterday that if you're not British, you are allowed to play in the tournament if you've lived in Britain for over a year, which applies to Tamás, who lives and teaches chess in London.
Over a year, that's nice. I wish that would be the case.
Most cases it's longer. You have to be there a lot longer.
Now I was just thinking what to say. I wish that would be the case for the US. But even then, I've studied it for 4 years. That's what I'm saying. But even then, I would not have gotten it. But usually it's not that easy to participate in the national championship. I think for German national championship, no. I'm actually not sure. But I'm pretty sure you need to play for the German Federation or switch over. Pretty sure that's how it is. Anyways, let's take a look at the position. So Marcus Osborne against Grandmaster experience. No, hold on. Am I mixing stuff up? Is Richard a Grandmaster?
I think he's an IM, if I'm not mistaken.
He is an IM,
Yeah.
okay. Slight moment of embarrassment, but we saved it. And Richard Palliser, actually, he's very solid.
Yeah.
He's on +3. He hasn't lost a game yet. He started slow, though. One has to say, with 2 draws in the first 2 games. So a double Swiss Gambit. And then he won the next 3 games. He also won against Thomas Fodor. So both of them beat Fodor, now playing against each other. And then he drew his last 2 games against fellow Grandmasters Cormelli and Pert. All right, let's take a quick look at the opening. This is a perk, as far as I can tell.
Is it not?
Or the modern defense, yeah, you know.
I always think if you don't put the knight to f6.
Yeah,
I mean, if you put the knight to f6, then
that
it's
would be a perk. Yeah, yeah, you are correct. Yes. So modern defense, and now c6. Usually people play with a6 here, but c6 of course also possible. But I think this is the. Why am I wrong? No, I think this is also very common to go with a6 and b5. Anyway, c6, bishop b3. So here, there's a slight position, a threat of going d5, which is why white is playing bishop b3. Now if d5, white could just play e5. Knight f6, queen e2. Castle and castle. Not much has happened here, really. They're just playing the opening, taking their time. Yeah, completely solid for black. Pretty fine. White, of course, has the space advantage, has a nice center here. But we'll see. Not much has happened. I always wonder if white can go e5. So this is something black has to watch out for. You know, for example, knight bd7 would be probably not a good idea. White could push e5 immediately and then also go e6 potentially.
And this is true. Pramod is pointing out in Bilbao, actually in a game. I'm not sure I commented on it with you. I think it was with Jan.
No, otherwise I would have known.
Yeah.
Magnus played a6 against Wei, so I wasn't.
Yeah, but it wasn't Steve.
I wasn't bishop c4. Yeah, I think it was a different line. I think it was the line with knight c3, d6. Excuse me. f4 and now a6. So this is different. That's what I was thinking of as well. So.
But there's so many different ways to play this opening, I believe. So yeah, as you pointed out, not too much happening. Right now, just a quiet opening, and this game is yet to develop. So I suggest we go back to our top board encounter and see what happened there between Mickey Adams and David Eggleston.
Yeah, they're still pretty much in the opening. Bishop e6, a4, stopping b5, knight bd7, bishop e3. And now knight g4, bothering this bishop on e3. Adams retreats to d2 and just knight f6 back. But don't worry guys, we're not going to see a move repetition here. I'm fairly confident. Here Adams will play something else, maybe h3 first to prepare bishop e3 again. After all, this is a great chance for Adams as well to get away from the field. He is, of course, a big favorite. He has 350 points or so advantage. Yeah, exactly 351. So he's playing with the white pieces. He wants, of course, to win this game, to get away, to be, well, far away from the other.
If he wins, there's even a chance he will have a 1-point lead if board 2 and 3 ended in draws. Yeah, so there's no way he will repeat moves, of course. Tell me, this is a position I don't know much about. What are the plans for both sides here?
Well, black will play something like rook c8 and queen c7, and it is really often a struggle around this square on d5. This is always of pretty key importance.
And Mickey just played a5.
a5, yeah. That also always makes sense to lock to fix the pawn structure here on the queen side. You know, one issue for white feels like to me is this knight on e2, which is a little bit misplaced. For white, yeah, despite fighting for the square on d5, there's of course also the option to go f4, but this has to be carefully evaluated.
And people in the chat are informing us that there are some big names, some big predecessors in this opening. Apparently, Giri once drew with this line by repeating moves with bishop e3, and also Nakamura apparently. So maybe let's have another look at the database.
Yes, absolutely.
So maybe a5, could that be the new move?
Yeah, this position in general has not been played a lot, so possibly it might be a similar position but slightly different. We're looking currently at this position, which only has been played twice according to our database, which contains over 6 million games. I'm pretty confident that this has not occurred often yet, but probably a standard idea to, and Mr. Dochi is saying Nakamura's game wasn't this line, was an earlier, versus McShane, there was this,
at the Millionaire.
There was this big controversy at last year's Millionaire Chess. Here bishop e3, that's of course a different story. There's this line, and McShane, Nakamura repeated moves in the last round of the Millionaire Chess, and there was a big controversy because the rules of the Millionaire Chess stated no draws allowed, but then what do you do? For which player has to deviate from the move repetition? There was no solution to be found, and the draw was agreed upon. Alright, the point is, this idea to go knight g4, bother this bishop on e3, and then retreat is common also in other situations. And now a5. So this position has not occurred in the tournament game, as of my knowledge. And a5 often makes a lot of sense. Whenever now black wants to play b5, then white can just take on b6 and has a target on a6. So usually black doesn't want to do this. So I would just expect standard moves here, rook c8 and queen c7. Yeah, but what often happens, at least that's why I don't like these positions too much, it's not so easy to open up the position. The dream for black would be to go d5, but clearly this is not easy to achieve with the bishop and the knight controlling these squares. So it's more of a long maneuvering game. And I think that suits Adams, of course, who's very skilled at these positions.
Yeah, I'm curious how satisfied Aggie is at the moment, how happy he is with this opening. He got out of the opening.
Yeah, I mean, he made this choice by going e5 here, which of course fixes the pawn structure for now. If you want to be more flexible, you can go e6 or you can go g6, and it allows for more flexibility. With e5, you fix the structure. And he has gone queen c7 and probably will put his rooks on c8 and d8. And yeah, I think his position is fine, but there are a lot of subtleties, and you have to make sure you don't end up in this typical Adams squeeze.
Absolutely. Move on to board number 2, Gawain Jones against Nick Pert. Let's see what happened there. We let the game off after here, bishop f5.
Yeah, around here we stop, now a3, hinting at b4, just giving the bishop some space here. Bishop retreats to a7, bishop b2, and now bishop h3. It's interesting that Gawain just allows this bishop exchange. White also has the option to just go rook e1, and then if bishop h3 retreat to h1, keep this strong bishop on the long diagonal. So not sure why he allowed the bishop exchange, because usually it said this exchange of light squared bishops helps black. So I'm not sure what he didn't like about rook e1. Maybe black can already do something like e4. Maybe that's what he didn't like.
But what's the difference
That's a
between
great
that and
question,
bishop
yeah.
b2?
Yeah, that would be the question I was asking myself as well. Niclas Pert didn't play e4, he went bishop h3, going for the exchange of the light squared bishops. But e4, maybe here white can go knight e1. Knight e1 looks strange. Or take on e4, and maybe now already the knight on e4 is protected. And yeah, maybe you can do something like knight d5 here, or yeah, not sure. Knight h4 potentially. Well, anyways, he went for bishop h3 here. Yeah.
Could white ever? I'm just wondering if he kept the rook on f1. Could it be that after exchanging on g2, Gawain will have a plan with f4 in the long term?
Yeah, it could be that he still wants to go for this e4 and f4 at some point. It's true. So maybe just making useful moves now, seeing what black's up to, and then let's say if black exchanges now on g2, plays a move like rook f8, which of course would be helpful in a way because now the rook would be misplaced on e8 anyway. Yeah, I could imagine him going e4 here, maybe having ideas of knight d5 in the future. Maybe f4. This is always a little bit double-edged because you also are opening up the position of your own king. But yeah, I could imagine that this is his plan.
We shall see. Okay, we will come back to... And it's interesting, Gawain is played, I just noticed he's played pretty quickly. So already 20 minutes up on time. We'll see if that's a factor. Not yet, but maybe later on.
Now, we're getting to a game Gomali against Ward again. We left off just of the opening, where Gomali surprised his opponent. d6, castle. Now we're wondering, what happens here after d4? Wouldn't that be a move? Probably black can just react with knight f6, which is a little bit uncomfortable to deal with. And still there's this idea of going d5 potentially. Yeah, probably knight f6. Let's say a move like queen e2. But this looks interesting too, because if you go d5, then I can give a check first and then go e5, which feels like whenever I get e5 in, it's pretty nice for me because the bishop on g7 would just be out of the game here.
And talking about the game we just, the game we came from earlier, the top game between Adams and Eggleston, Paul Robson, who by the way became a premium member yesterday thanks to Lauren's excellent sales speech.
Really?
Yeah. So he
Welcome on board.
He points out that David's brother Thomas plays his line as black. I said he's retired. He's probably semi-retired. He barely ever plays anymore. And he wonders if they have spoken. I guess it could very well be that they have talked. I mean, I think this is a big moment for Eggy, you know, being in the joint lead of the British Championship, playing for a GM norm. So yeah, it could very well be.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's keep going through this game. Knight of 63 castle, so it's just a slow approach here by white. Nothing too special of the opening. h3, rook b8, rook e1 and b5. And yeah, black is playing here on the queen side, whereas white, well, maybe still is going to play d4 at some point. We shall see, but more of a slow game. Knight b2, knight f1. And go from there. Not much has happened here.
There's one game in the corner of my eye. I spot the game between Martin Brown and Justin Tan, which is developing in a very interesting way. So let's see what happened there. How old is Zaggy? I should know this. Must be 30, 31. Let me check. While you talk us through this, I will check how old Zaggy is.
Sure. Also, I saw a comment in the chat. Interesting observation by Mr. Dodgy. Adams has lost 3 games to under 2600 this century. That's a pretty impressive, score.
And David is 28 or 29. I think he's already turned 29, but yeah, born in 87. So still, I was going to say reasonably young to make myself feel good. Not so young anymore, maybe. And also, if I'm not mistaken, him and his brother, they are also twin brothers. So a lot of twin brothers in the English chess scene, or British chess scene.
Cool. All right, so here we said, well, what
we were expecting A4.
We were thinking about A4, but maybe it also doesn't run away and can also be played later. So Tan just developed a knight for now. And then castle. And now the knight retreats to A1.
Not every day you see this knight.
Yeah, and this, of course, looks a little bit risky already for white. I mean, a move that comes to mind immediately is now knight b4, having this positional threat of taking on c3. And you would need to take back with the pawn, which would be completely undesirable, of course, otherwise a2 is hanging. Probably you would need to play king b1 here. And then, yeah, there's also a move like a3 in the position, which you do need to answer with b3. There's no question about it. You cannot take or let black take on b2. That would just be absolutely devastating. So you would need to play b3, and you are pretty weak on the dark squares here. This is, you know, I would be scared.
And I think, I said yesterday, I don't know Justin Tan too well, but I've seen a few games from him, and especially yesterday he played a very impressive game to beat Grandmaster. Who was it he beat? Who was he playing yesterday?
I can find out.
Justin Tan.
He was playing against Mark Hepton.
Mark Hepton, yeah. Okay, Mark has been in poor shape in this tournament, but still Justin played a very impressive game, and he played a couple of very nice tactical moves. So I think a very sharp player. He sees a lot of tactics, and he saw them quickly. He was playing on his last seconds. You should have a look at the game, some backrank tricks, and he spotted all of them. So a very nice game. And I think this position is going to be just his cup of tea.
Yeah, speaking of spotting tactics, well, we didn't spot it, but we're sure Justin will spot it. That knight b4 actually fails to e5, making use of this pin on the d file when it looks like black's losing a piece, or at least it's not going to look well for black, because here, yeah, you cannot take because of checkmate. Thanks for pointing it out, Dr. Stevie Blunder. And CB Coiter is asking, Niclas, why do play long castle, not c4, c5, freeing the bishop on f1? Let's go back to that moment. In this position, CB Coiter is saying c5. Well, the question is, does this work? I mean, I would be a little bit concerned here about a4 when now if white removes the knight, obviously, black can just take on c5.
Take on d6?
And then we have to check this. Right? But my feeling is telling me this could end up not so great for white here. Let's just say queen takes e7 back. I have this pin. What's the pawn count? Pawns are equal, but this feels rather unpleasant for white already. So c5 doesn't seem to work. It would be desirable to open up the bishop, get the bishop out, but doesn't seem to work. All right.
Back to the position in the game,
let's just
quickly.
see the position again here after knight a1. As we said, Tan will not go for knight b4 because of e5.
Okay, so
maybe
knight
g6 or castle.
Or castle, yeah, I was going to say maybe simply castle.
You would still not threaten knight b4 though,
Yeah.
because there's still this idea of e5.
Okay, so let's go back. What did you suggest? Knight g.
Yeah, but I'm not sure how happy I'm about the suggestion. Because knight g6 is, on the other hand, leaving the square d5 vacant. But right now, I think white wouldn't play knight d5 because of knight takes f4, so probably would move to bishop first. Let's say bishop e3. Yeah, now I could do this knight b4 move. But still, yeah, I'm not sure what my follow-up is here necessarily.
Okay, so a3
I really
again.
a3, sure, b3. Really like to open it up somehow. You know, would dream of playing c6, d5, but yeah, maybe in the future at some point that could be an idea. Because if I can play on this diagonal, it's going to be game over for white immediately, of course. So I do like the black position, but just then as to see concretely how he goes about.
Yeah, I think it's normal he's taking his time here in this position.
Yeah.
It's a very unusual position, and I think it's important to come up with a plan rather than just move by move.
Absolutely.
And maybe let's quickly check in with David Howell and his game against Dietmar Kolbus before we come back to our top boards.
Let's see, what do we have here?
David's still taking his time.
David taking his time, but he got a dynamic position at least. And Dietmar not going for c3, which would have been a more solid approach, I would say. Keeping the pawn structure as it is. But going for bishop g2, c takes c4, knight takes d4, queen a5, check. Again, we see this theme of provoking c3, provoking some move here to kind of hinder the white development that we also saw in the brown against tan game. Knight f6, knight b3, queen is retreating, and here we are ending up in a dragon. Really, we transpose to a dragon position that we know from the open Sicilian. Just that now that black has provoked c3 is of course in black's favor, because usually the knight would love to stand on c3, which is just a perfect square for it. So that seems to have developed pretty nicely for black here. h3 is a common move to not allow any knight g4 stuff. Knight c6, knight a3, and bishop d7. Black's just playing all the natural development moves. Might think about going a6, b5, put the rook on c8. Yeah, I think this turned out fairly nicely for Howell. Still, the position strikes me as equal. I'm not sure where this knight is heading necessarily. I mean, I could imagine something like knight b5, knight d4, but yeah, maybe here, knight b5. Maybe I even go to c8, hit this little pawn, and then just play a6 and b5, potentially. Yeah. Or even, maybe I'm not even doing this. Maybe I just play knight e5, knight c4, which is also a very common plan. And really all kinds of Sicilians, just putting a knight on a better square. So we'll see what Dietmar has in mind here.
I was going to request, can we have a look at the game of Keith Farkel, a good friend of mine, not just of mine, he has many friends in the British chess scene, of course one of the players who's been around almost forever. He's extremely good at winning anything, but weekend tournaments. I think he won 11 out of the last 12 weekenders he played or something, so...
Wow, that's impressive.
And he was a European senior champion, a world vice champion, world champion? I'm not sure. But yeah, a very likable character and a very strong player, of course.
Okay, let's see just the last couple of moves. Interesting. Let me just go quickly through the opening. So it's a symmetrical variation here. Now white is changing it up. Of course, if knight f3 would still be completely symmetrical. But e3 developing the knight to e2, now knight e5. Interesting. Not too familiar with the theory here. Had interesting approach, of course. White is black is hoping to get knight d3 in, which white doesn't allow. It's going d3, and now h5. Very direct. So h4 you don't want to allow necessarily. So h3 is a good move because now after h4 white could always go g4. So a6 was played.
Very strange position after only 7 moves.
Yeah. Not sure I like it for black though. This looks weird with the knight on e5. I mean, if there's some direct benefit you're getting out of it, then sure, go for it. But here, the knight is just being kicked. And here I could also imagine d5. Well, or maybe later. The knight being kicked again. Now white is finishing the development. And e5. Yeah, it really makes me wonder if white could have just played d5 earlier and then go from there. But I think it's also a matter of taste. So it allowed e5 here, now bishop g5, which
And
of course also
saying,
looks perfectly fine for
yeah,
white.
that just here on move 14, Ninja Mutant Hedgehog is pointing out that Keith could have played the amazing 14 b4.
b4. Yeah, that's a really nice
So the point
deflection.
is, if you take with the knight,
Oh, with the queen, either case, the e5 pawn will not be protected anymore. Just to give a sample line here, queen takes b4, d takes e5, and d takes e5, knight takes e5, and black is in trouble, probably, because there's a lot of stuff, a lot of weaknesses on the dark squares. Let's say knight takes e5, bishop takes e5. Look at that, the bishop just pointing in both directions, and it's trouble. Queen e7 would be still possible, but I mean, this is just game over here. Castle, rook e1 coming. Game over. b4, very nice move. And, you know, how do you spot these moves? That's what I often get asked by people. How do you find these moves? It's just a lot about broadening your horizon. Not only looking for moves like moving the bishop, but also just checking, just briefly scanning the position, just checking is there anything else. And that can be a very useful method to spot these so-called candidate moves. Candidate moves just any move you examine in a position. And sometimes there are really some hidden resources, like here, b4. I mean, it's so unusual, but then again, it makes sense because black is still underdeveloped and there's a lot of stuff happening on the dark squares. So, and that would have been a really nice move for Keith here, which he missed, but still his position is great.
Looks very good.
Yeah, I think it's great. Bishop g7, rook d1, castle, castle. Okay, both sides have finished their development. Now this pawn h5 looks a little bit stupid, let's be honest. This is
the knight on
fine.
h7 doesn't look great either.
Yeah, and really this weakness on g5 is going to bother black. I mean, if just, knight f6, I can think about putting a knight there, I can think about putting a bishop there. Maybe not right now, but always in the future. And even, let's just say, we have a position like black plays something here. I don't even know what to suggest for black. Let's say black plays knight f6. If I go d5, and I'm going to start my play on the queen side in some way. I don't know, let's just make some moves here. Whenever black's going to play f5, I'm still going to have this weakness of the square on g5. This will be just a long-term problem for black. So I quite like the position for your friend.
Yeah.
He has played bishop f5, Charles' story. Sorry, I was interrupting.
No, I was saying that you would like the pawn to be back on h7
yes,
or
absolutely.
h6.
But that's chess. Pawns don't move backwards. The only piece that cannot do it.
And then I have a last request. When we quickly look at Peter Batchelor against Peter Wells, the duel of the Peters.
Oh, we had the same thought there.
Yeah. Peter Batchelor, young hopeful, very gifted young player. Peter Wells, very experienced. He's been the captain of the English team for many, many years. Like Keith, a grandmaster with a lot of experience.
Right. And this is the Anti-Moscow variation? Don't ask me, I'm not young. I usually don't know anything. Queen e7 looks a little curious to me, but probably this is theory of some sort. Let's just get quickly to a position, so I'm avoiding any opening embarrassment. Queen f6 and rook d1. Yeah, black is not going to take on d5 anytime soon. Of course, that would only help white to get the knight into a game. Black still has to finish his development, but so does white. Where do you want to put your pieces here?
I was just wondering, if I was white, I would at least consider taking on c6, because I very much like playing against isolated pawns. At least I don't like playing with isolated pawns. But I'm not sure.
You mean right here, white could have taken on c6 potentially, yeah?
Well, at least think about it.
Yeah, sure. Probably black would take back with the pawn. I mean, you could also consider queen takes c6. But now knight d5 already looks unpleasant to meet. Knight c7 in the air. Of course, yes, you could do something like this or take on c4 first. But, you know, this knight on d5 is quite strong. So I'll probably take with the pawn, yes. And then go from there. And black, of course, also has an asset. Black has the bishop pair. The queen is quite nice on f6, I would say. So probably Peter Batchelor, and I always have to, of course, include the last name here when we're talking about this game. He didn't want to make a decision yet, keep it open. Not sure what he's intending though with rook d1. I'm wondering if there's anything wrong with the simple development move of bishop e7. And I don't think so.
Yeah, I was wondering as well what.
Yeah, of course, it would be nice to get d6 in, but black can just take. And there's no apparent follow-up. Nope. So probably just continuous development as well.
And CP Koitat very rightly pointed out that earlier, if we took on c6, there was maybe the Zwischenzug.
Ah, nice little Zwischenzug. Yeah, but hold on.
Yeah,
I can take on b7 though. CP Koitat. I have a Zwischenzug as well, and that would be quite a nice variation for white. And if black takes on b7, yeah, I'm not sure if I believe this. And I can play queen b3, follow with bishop b5. This looks pretty good for white, I would say. If you play a6, I might even consider taking on e5.
Okay, so let's come back to black has just played knight b6.
Yep. Oh, this is the wrong game. Let's go here. Knight b6. Okay, well, just queen b3. This is pretty obvious.
I guess now he must finish development, surely.
Yeah. I mean, taking on d5. No, there's bishop b5. Knight takes d5.
Yeah.
Now you would just help white.
So bishop
e7 or bishop c5. Maybe even wants to put it on c5. It's a little bit more active. Yeah, this is what I would expect, and I think black is fine. Maybe white could even consider going back to a2 to at least have this option of bishop c5 to go b4 and push this bishop away again. All right.
Let's go back to the top board. I've seen people discuss this rook a2 move. I spotted earlier from the corner of my eye. Someone was just asking now whether rook a2 is still in the book, and we said that
this is already a completely new position. Somebody else asked if this is a standard maneuver, and yeah, I believe so. Obviously, the idea is to protect the pawn on c2 to allow white to play knight a4, which is actually right now a position of threat. Let's say you go h6 or something like that, just a neutral move. White can go knight a4, protect the pawn a5, and suddenly you cannot get b5 in anymore, and white is really threatening to have this very strong grip on the center playing c4. Let's just make another random move. I mean, look at this. This is just a dream for white already. The knight perfectly here controlling the queen side. And you cannot play b5 here, it's already too late, because after a takes b6, knight takes b6, bishop a5, you're dropping material. Well, maybe not yet, but this certainly looks quite unpleasant. So this is why Ergelson, or should I call him Aggie as well? Okay, let's call him Aggie. He played b5 right away, and yes, white of course takes. If white didn't take, then black would be quite happy. So white takes, and we talked about this briefly earlier. Now white does have a target, and he's going for it immediately. He's playing queen a1, which was just a move I want to suggest. Then I looked over and saw Adams had played it already. Threatening rook takes a6 already, and David is replying with queen b7. Of course, defending the pawn. And it still looks pretty normal. And yeah, it's going to be interesting what Adams does next.
So how do you improve your position here?
Yeah, I would like to play maybe a move like knight a4.
So can you start with rook c1?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of, but it looks a little bit weird, let's be honest. You know, sometimes you might even be able to go d5, even though you do run into this pin.
Looks pretty dangerous with the queen on b7, the rook on
yeah,
a8.
you do run into this pin, that is true. So maybe not necessarily, but you can think about it. So Adams didn't play rook c1, but he played rook d1, which also makes a lot of sense. The half-open d-file. And yeah, also possibly aimed against this d5 break, which is the typical break for black in this position. So what is black going to do now? Well, of course you can always make an improvement move like h6. Question is if there's anything else you could bring your knight over. But not sure if this is helping much. Now you would like to get d5 in, but it will take some time to prepare that.
Yeah, I'm struggling to... I mean, of course it will be harder because I don't play these sort of positions as black at all. But still, I'm struggling to come up with any sort of plan for black.
And CB Koiter is pointing out that also f4 comes into the picture. But Adams, it seems like he's following a different plan. CB Koiter was pointing out if f4 black cannot take because e5 might be near. Of course, this also needs to be double checked because black could still have this answer. But in general, yes, f4 is a move also in the position. So rook d1 on the board now. Aggie thinking about his next move. Yeah, and you're really a little bit tied down now to the defense of this pawn, right? You need to keep protecting this pawn.
And Albin K is pointing out Adams is playing a cowboy style type of position, like a boa constrictor. And yeah, I was thinking as well, this will be Mickey's sort of position, the spider. What's the verb for doing a net, a spider, a web?
A web?
Yeah, but to make it.
Spinning?
Spinning his web.
Is it called like that? I mean, that's
People
what it's in German.
Surely. So yeah, Mickey.
Spinning web is probably not right.
No, I think it might be
It
right.
might be right.
Tell
yeah.
us, is it spinner web? Oh, and King's Crusher is in the chat. Hi, King's Crusher.
Welcome to the show. All right. Yeah, and Brown is suggesting bishop d8, possibly bringing the bishop to b6. That's interesting. The only concern I'm having might be a little bit slow. Let's say white now plays a move like bishop e3, or bishop g5 even. Then
I was just following the...
weaving.
Yeah, but someone's saying that spinning is also good, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
And King's Crusher is saying that he's paralyzing his prey, which could also very well happen on the board here. And Blinder or Blinder, I never know if he's German or English, is saying, what are you talking about? Aggie is doing great.
Well, we have to remind you guys, you are probably seeing the engine evaluation. We are so far unplugged. That means no engines. So, well, if Eggy is doing fine according to engines, and I think that's what you're referring to, then, well, good for him. He has just played bishop d7, which is a move. Do I like this move? I think the bishop is heading for c6, putting some pressure on the pawn e4, and yeah, I do think I like this move. That's a good, nice regroupment.
I'm very pleased. I'm just reading in the chat, King's Crusher, who was also a teammate of mine, not in differential, but in the... What was it even? There's so many leagues in... you never played in England?
You know, I have only played in one other league than German league so far, so
Okay.
haven't been around that much.
Yeah, because I used to play with King's Crusher for Muswell Hill. I can't even remember the name of the league. But I'm very happy to hear we're back in Division 1 and he wants me to play for them again. But it's going to be difficult now. I live here in Hamburg because it's just one game a day. It's like a fun league. But very happy to hear they are back in Division 1. And if I'm ever in London, Middlesex League, yeah. Thank you. And Durbrain has joined us. John Naylor. Hi, John.
Middlesex League.
Yeah, and there are a lot of different leagues. So I also, the most famous one of that is not differential is the London League, where a lot of grandmasters are playing. I used to play I still play for this very fun team called Drunken Knights. And the slogan of the team is the drinking team with a chess problem. So, and there are many grandmasters playing there. So it's a fun league. It's not FIDE rated. But
Okay.
yeah, there you go.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It's just for fun.
Yeah.
No FIDE.
It's mostly played in the Drunken Knights play in this pub called The Plough, which is very popular venue. It has this little room upstairs, and another very strong team in the London League, the strongest team, is Wood Green. And a couple of years ago, in the title decider of the London League, which is this fun tournament, it's played on 12 boards. And Wood Green showed up, I believe, with 11 grandmasters or something. So
quite ambitious.
Even the London League can be pretty strong.
Right. So getting back to the position here, bishop d7, the obvious plan is to put the bishop on c6 and then increase the pressure on e4. And, you know, White really doesn't want to play f3. That would just weaken his pawns in front of the king and also make it easier for black to play something like d5. So I really like this plan because let's just make some moves here. Let's say bishop e3, bishop c6. Okay, now already I'm threatening to take on e4. Well, not yet because my knight is still hanging on b6, but let's just make a move here for white. And yeah, then again, this option d5 is introduced in the position here. Still might not work because white can take on b6 and then take on d5. But with the bishop on c6, suddenly you don't have to worry about all these pins anymore. Earlier when we looked at d5, immediately we ended up in this huge pin with the queen on and the rook on the long diagonal. But if you put the bishop in front, then that's not an issue. So I do like what Eggy is doing here, and I'm curious to see what Adams will do about it. Bishop e3 looks like a logical move. Of course, you still have to think about this move, but here probably white can just take, or maybe not take on b6, but then because black has some action as well, I want to get knight d5 in, but no, I should not allow this, that's for sure. So possibly he might start with h3 as well, but this is then again a little bit slow.
And someone's pointing out, Petrosian Pupil is pointing out that Adams is very used to this setup. And let me go back up. And the earlier plan recommended of h3, g4, knight g3 is the Adams attack idea that he also plays.
Very interesting, yeah.
And he reckons that Aggie had better be active or he's dead.
Yeah. Here though, I think he cannot get into a setup because after h3, bishop c6, you are not in time to go g4. Well, now I could just take on e4 and black is doing perfectly fine. So you probably would need to play bishop e3, but here, you know, I'm just going to retreat with my knight or protect it, but probably retreat. And then you would have to answer this question again about your pawn on e4. Alright, while we're speaking, bishop g5 has been played. So I'm assuming this is introducing the idea of taking on f6 and then aiming at this pawn d6. So if black plays bishop c6 now, white would at least think about bishop takes f6.
And it's interesting, in the chat, a discussion has broken out whether black is dead already or not. I think it's interesting that the computer, at least here, seems to reckon white just has a tiny edge, but maybe to the human eye, it looks quite difficult to play.
Yeah, bishop g5 was a pretty strong move because, you know, if you just play bishop c6, what you just looked at, you don't want to take with the g-pawn here, because that leaves you a position with a lot of holes.
Well, yeah, weak one, slow one is asking, can black play bishop c6 and sacrifice the pawn on d6?
That's the question, but yeah, of course you do get the bishop pair, and the dark squared bishop is a nice bishop.
But Eggy is not thinking of sacrificing
Nope,
the pawn on d6.
He has not. He has played rook c6 pretty quickly. Yeah, and I'm wondering now, this plan, you know, now it's a little bit awkward for black, because you will not get bishop c6 in. Your rook is strange on c6, and then again, of course, potentially there are ideas to double on the c file, so it's not completely strange, but it is a little bit unusual.
And Jan is joining us in the chat, and he reckons Eggy is fine.
Jan with the deep insight. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, not much is going on, but it looks like a position, like we said already, that suits Adams, and he seems to be quite experienced with these kind of structures. Then again, every game is different, and chess is very concrete.
Yeah, so let's come. At least, you know, I'm happy for Eggy that time-wise he's doing well so far. I thought if he followed in David Howell's footsteps and came short of time against Mickey, that would be a disaster. But he's doing well. They're roughly same, doing. I can't speak anymore.
That's
roughly
fine.
the same time, just a couple of minutes difference between them. So on that front, at least, Eggy is doing well. So.
Yeah, and Jan is dropping some more grandmaster knowledge. He's saying the piece on e2 is terrible in this position. Yeah, that is very true. We talked about this plan earlier that a user pointed out, which Adams has employed in the past, going h3, g4, then knight g3. Yeah, these two knights, they're a little bit vulnerable though. For example, if you move away this knight, and of course this knight on c3 could be easily a target by black doubling on a c file. So we shall see how Adams continues here. But like we're saying, it looks good for him. It looks like a position that suits him. All right, let's move on and see what Mr. Jones is doing. So we're seeing the exchange of the bishops, and here we were thinking rook e8 actually was on the board.
You put this move on the board, and you said it would help.
Yeah, but e4, you know, of course there are some points to it, but on the other hand, you're also weakening your square on d4, which probably didn't like that much. Even here, immediately knight d4 would be quite possible, I could imagine. So that's why you went for knight e4 instead. And now knight g4 is a reply. Black didn't want to take on e4, which would be possible, but white has a simple play here, queen d3, rook d1, potentially play c5, and that's quite simple to play. So knight g4 instead. Of course, you had to do something about this threat of knight takes f6, the positional threat, weakening the black pawn structure in front of the king. So knight g4, and moving the knight to h6, of course also introducing this idea of going f5 potentially at some point. So I would expect white to just voluntarily move the knight away already with knight c3. Or maybe put the queen on b3. That could be also possible. What do you think?
Yeah, this is a position where I don't want to say I'm getting sleepy, but I prefer when there is more action, more concrete play, more active. This is like a maneuvering game, and I feel like I'm just not. It's hard for me to understand where the pieces need to go, let's say.
Yeah, well, same here for me too. This is a very complex position. Of course, all the pawns on the board. That means there's a lot of flexibility still for both sides. But it looks like that black has this option of going f5, even though knight g5 is a move you need to consider.
I'm just slightly surprised if he's thinking of going f5, why he did remove his rook from f8.
Right. Yeah, but then again, what else will black do right now? It feels like... yeah, so let's just make some move, queen b3. And now I'm wondering if I can go f5 already. Of course, now I'm right into his diagonal, but if c5, I can just go d5. I'm pretty sure. Even though, of course, this always needs to be checked here, and I might just blunder away already. Probably blundering.
But could I,
already.
instead of rook d8, could I go knight e... Oh no, e5 is hanging.
Knight
already.
e7, there's knight takes e5. And yeah, in general, also the bishop is locked in on a7 now. So queen b3 looks like a quite sensible move to me. Connecting the rooks, which is usually a good thing, putting a queen in a little bit more active square. So I do like the white position, but it feels like a position for black is also still pretty active. Pretty solid, that's what I want to say. I was distracted by Jan pointing out some triple exclamation moves in the chat. Should we look at that real quick?
Yeah. And
some devious trap Jan is pointing out.
And there's another couple of questions. One from Sandor Farkas. If Eggy draw he achieve a GM norm, I'm no arbiter and I haven't checked it, but I'm fairly certain a draw will be enough for a 9-round norm. And then Paul was asking you whether you can see anyone beating Adams in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he falls for this trap that Jan pointed out. I'm sure he found it by himself. Beautiful. So the pawn is a5. You cannot take. And here knight c4 is very nice. If white doesn't take, then black can take on e3, and that would be very good compensation. And if white takes, then there's rook a6 suddenly trapping the white queen. Rook b1 doesn't help on the account of queen takes b1, and rook takes a5, and black is up in exchange.
Yeah.
Difficult move to spot, though. You know, I would...
So what is white's alternative? So
After a5,
if he can't take...
Well, I would just expect him to continue with maybe his plan even g4. Or the b5 square is opened up. Yeah. g4. I'm not even sure if I like g4 that much, but maybe. Yeah, and then I'm also kind of wondering if it helped me that much that my pawn is ending up on a5. Unless I have some kind of follow-up here. And Jack Smith is saying a5 is beautiful, but it's never going to happen. And, you know, yeah, I'm wondering how much...
Never underestimate the Eggy.
I'm wondering how much it is doing for black either.
Yeah.
But what else can black do, really? I mean, you could try to go back to your plan of putting a bishop on c6 and move the rook to c8 or to c7, maybe to c8. But now indeed white would be in time, for example, to go g4, bishop c6, and knight's g3, and that would be quite a nice setup. Knight is also aiming to f5, and white has everything under control. So Eggy probably in here for a little thing, and quite nice maneuvering, one has to point out here, by Michael Adams. First playing bishop g5, forcing or provoking rook c6, protecting a pawn on d6. We briefly looked at h6 here, but not sure if black has enough compensation. There's certainly some compensation with the dark square bishop, but maybe not enough. So forcing rook c6, now going back to this plan of first playing h3, taking away the square on g4, so that after h6, to get rid of this annoying bishop on g5, white can play bishop e3, and now black is not in time to put pressure on the pawn e4, and white will be in time to play g4, knight g3.
By the way, there's a question from Sandor Farkas. Sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrongly. He has a theoretical question. If someone wants to play this type of opening with bishop g2, is it not better to start with h3?
So this is going back all the way to the opening phase?
Yeah, I think
so. All right,
so.
we can take a look at this very briefly. h3 is another move, of course, very possible, and then going g4, which is a completely different story. If you put your pawn on g4, it's much more aggressive. You oftentimes can think about casting queenside. It's just a different cup of tea, but yeah, this is also possible, and I'm not sure. What was the question exactly?
Yeah,
what would be more natural?
Is it not better to start?
Oh, better. No, it's just different. It's just a different line. That's all. So we shall see. Jan is pointing out bishop e6 is more human to play, but this is where the bishop is coming from as well, and then it would look like if black had not made any progress, whereas white has played h3 and bishop e3, and the rook on c6 looking a little bit awkward. And also Jan is pointing out knight d5 might be annoying. After knight d5, you usually want to be able to take with the knight on d5. Here you cannot do that. You would end up in this fork, and that means you probably need to take with the bishop here, which then also leaves black just not in a great position. We can follow with c4, and great position for white. Stabilizing here everything, still having this target, having the bishop pair. No, Aggie will not go for bishop e6, but he has to play some move. It's very true.
Yeah. I suggest we let Aggie think. We quickly go through the first maybe 5 boards. We did just update Gawain Jones. So
right. Knight c3 was played, which we also briefly talked about. And sorry, I kind of cut you off.
Yeah.
You were
I was going to say let's update the first, let's say, first 5 boards and then take a quick break.
Sounds great to me. Knight c3, just going out of the way of any f5. And the knight can come back to d5, which makes a lot of sense now that the knight is on h6 and not on f6 anymore. So, sensible move by Jones. I would say white is a little bit better, but not too much has happened. The game Gormley against Ward. We're seeing black has expanded some more on the queen side, and white is still shuffling around the pieces. Knight bd2, knight f1 happened. Knight might go to g3. White might follow with d4 at some point, but so far it is just a long positional maneuvering game and completely fine for black. And the game, Dietmar Kolbos against David Howell, and I'm happy to see that this went almost down the ration. I pointed out here with this regrouping of the knight to d4, with first king h2, you need to keep this pawn protected on h3, and a6, knight d4 and b5, and that just makes a lot of sense and looks very comfortable for black here. Just a comfortable dragon, really, because the white pieces are not set up that well, especially in the knights. Usually you want to have a knight
on c3
covering c3, covering d5, being able to go to d5. Here not possible. Very nice position.
Yeah, I
for black.
think in this game, David managed to somehow trick Dietmar slightly in the opening.
Yeah,
Trick him
I
into
agree.
this position where his pieces weren't on the most natural squares. So, yeah.
I do agree. And then we're going to briefly look at Martin Brown versus Justin Tan. What is the Justin Hutan? Hitan?
Well, he's from Australia, but he has Asian roots, so
Yeah, I just
we'll just
ignore
leave
it
it
for the
there.
future so I don't mispronounce it incorrectly. We left off somewhere around here, and now Justin just finished his development. That was an unintended pun. Bishop e6, and now bishop e3, and yeah, I still say I wouldn't feel very safe for the white king. There are always these moves to consider. A3, even following up with an exchange sacrifice. It's something you can certainly look at because it would just open up the dark squares. I'm not saying that that's the way to go right now, but it is in the position. And yeah, also knight e5 looks like a very natural move right here. How do you even reply to that? I just want to take on c4. And certainly b3 is not the way to go, would open up the a file. And of course you might say, oh, so far I still have all these squares covered, but this is just as of right now, and it would help black tremendously.
And certainly you also don't want to play knight a3, a poor knight coming from a1.
Yeah, but maybe you need to. I don't know. Maybe you need to play this actually, because then again, what other options do you have to protect this pawn? f4 doesn't work, just knight takes c4, hitting the queen, and I don't think you have a follow-up here. Doesn't look like. So, no. Maybe you need to play knight a3 in fact, because queen d4, black can also just take on c4.
Knight a3 looks so... I mean, that poor knight. It's just moved 15. It's been on a1, it's been on a3.
It's been around a lot, let's put it like that. But at least here it's stopping a3 and also protecting a pawn on c4. But we're saying that black is very comfortable here. And yeah, I would like to play this position as black. All right.
Okay, so we will go on a very quick break. Bear with us, and we'll be back in around 10 minutes with all the action from round 8 of the British Championship.
All right, see you guys then.
Hello, everybody. I'm sorry to interrupt this well-deserved break. I just want to take a few moments to say that Michael Adams is a world-class player, and I find it absolutely egregious that you people are doubting him. You think he's not gonna win against an international master like David Eggleston, whom frankly I've never heard of? People call Michael Adams Spider-Man. And they don't mean the bad Spider-Man, like Andrew Garfield, not the goofy type of Spider-Man. They mean the good type of Spider-Man, Tobey Maguire, the guy who nets an invisible net, whatever that means. I don't even know. I don't understand how Michael Adams played. But he's played the best of the world. He's reached winning positions against Garry Kasparov. You think David Eggleston has ever seen Garry Kasparov in person? I do not think so. So stop discussing this game. Mickey Adams is gonna keep creating his net. He's gonna win this game. There is zero intrigue. Thank you guys for watching. Enjoy your break.
And welcome back, everybody, to the action of the 103rd British Chess Championship. My name is Niclas Huschenbeth, and next to me is Fiona Anthony Steil.
The
Steil
wrong
Antoni.
way around.
Oh, Lord.
Someday.
Yeah,
Someday
you know,
you'll get there.
somehow. Anyways, I always want to start with the A. It's just a poor excuse. Anyways, we're going to continue our coverage, but I heard there was an intruder who took over the show during the break. We weren't aware of it, but we saw you guys wrote something in the chat. Radio Jan made a little appearance. We need to go back
I think we
and
need
watch
to.
it later.
I think we need to especially increase our security to come into the building here. People making intruding so easily.
Yeah, I think next time we should probably lock the studio before we go on our break.
Okay, so let's see what happened in the top clash of the day between Mickey Adams and David Eggleston, the two leaders, joint leaders, on 6 out of 7. And we let the position off here before Queen C8, and as pointed out by Jan, A5 was a very cute little move in this position.
Yeah, instead of Queen C8 here, A5 was possible, and the justification is that if White takes, then Black can play Knight C4, and here, very nice Queen trap. But Aggie played Queen C8, hitting the pawn on H3. White defended this pawn, and now Bishop D8, which was actually a maneuver suggested earlier by Pramod, getting the bishop to B6 potentially. And now Rook D2. That is deep. So, well, not that deep. I think I can figure it out. He wants to go Knight D5.
C2?
He is protecting opponent C2 once again, preparing Knight D5. And this looks like a strong positional threat. And doesn't look like Black can do anything against it. Yeah, let's say I play a move like A5 here, which should be quite possible because if Rook takes A5, I can take and play Knight C4, and maybe this was also one of the ideas of playing Bishop D8. Many pieces are hanging here, but I cannot get the arrows to work. But after A5, still White might just play Knight D5. But I could see this happening actually, A5, because Black needs to play some kind of move. Now Knight D5. Yeah. I'm not threatening too much right now as of White, but it's also difficult to suggest any move for Black, any useful move. So probably you do need to take on D5 sooner or later. Anyway, you can only take with the B knight, because if Knight F takes D5, there's E takes D5, and you cannot keep everything protected. You will lose material here. Rook C7, Bishop takes B6. So Black would need to take with the B knight, and now, yeah, probably play Rook C6.
I have to say, to me, it very much looks like Mickey, the spider, weaving or spinning his web here, and I think Aggie's not going to have a fun time. I'm not saying he is lost by any means. I'm not even saying he's much worse, but I'm just saying he won't have a fun time today.
Yeah, I
Aggie
agree.
wants to have, tricky positions where he can calculate, where he can attack, and here he has to be very precise, to keep the balance, which is not something I think he really enjoys.
Yeah, I mean, who really enjoys playing such positions against a grinder like Michael Adams? Yes, anything Black can do, we cannot stop Knight D5. Yeah, even if we play Bishop E6. Yeah, White has protected D5 often enough, so that doesn't change anything. Might just make matters worse, in fact, for Black, because now you can not take on D5 at all. That would always lose material. So yeah, just beautiful maneuvering by Mickey Adams. Just tiny moves like rook d2, they can make a big impact. And it makes a lot of sense too, right? It's logical. He wants to go knight d5. He needs to protect opponent c2 first. Simple chess, but so effective and so strong. So Mickey on his way here to maybe yet again another positional masterpiece.
Okay, so let's move on to Gawain Jones against Nick Pert. Not too much has happened here at all.
Knight of 5.
Actually, nothing has really happened.
One move by both. Knight d5. And we have Radio Jan in the chat. Hello, Radio Jan. Welcome to the show. And I'm thinking that some way Black wants to exchange the knights. Maybe knight c7, that would also open up c6 potentially as an option. And, if white plays e4, then I could probably just go to d4 and I think that would be fine. I would exchange bishops here and that could be still... No, I think it's fine. I'm not going to take on d5, I'm just going to hopefully at some point play c6. Of course, this still has to be checked quite concretely, but it feels to me that could be fine for black. Queen g4 looks like a cute little move here. Aiming for the queen exchange. That would give white a better endgame, I would say. Nice control, but this is a far cry, of course, from the current position on the board. And we'll see what black does. But yeah, I wouldn't like to allow this knight on d5 for too long.
Maybe after this we can go to the game between Dietmar Kolbus and David Howell, because Jack Smith was just pointing out that he has to say after the opening 3 moves that Howell is surprisingly managing his time rather well today. And indeed, during our break, I saw on Twitter that David was 10 or 11 minutes late to the game, and then he spent 8 minutes on 3c5. But yeah, he's now doing indeed surprisingly well. And what about his position?
Yeah, I think position-wise, he never had any problems out of the opening. He got a dragon position, but a favorable dragon, because we said the pawn on c3 doesn't really belong there. Usually a knight should stand there on c3. This is not the case here. White is not really able to exert any pressure. The bishops are nicely placed. Could still not draw arrows. So I do like the black position, and what black wants to do here is at some point go a5 and b4, just open it up a little bit more for the bishops and improve his position that way. Another maneuver, which of course is very typical, would be to go knight b6, knight c4, knight e5, knight c4. The white position is very solid. Dietmar just wants to put his bishop on c1 and probably just sit. I mean, he could play something like f4, but it doesn't do that much, honestly. So I think Dietmar's just going to sit and going to wait for what Howell's up to.
And I spot that on board 1, David Eggleston has just played h5. As I said, Eggy likes to be active, and he's now had enough of this maneuvering game. But what does he want here?
Yeah, good question. What does he want? Maybe he wants to get h4 in.
I suppose that must be the only...
Well, the other rationale would be to prevent g4, but white is not going for the plan anyway. We were talking about earlier this plan g4, knight g3, but right now, of course, with black having double on the c file, this is not an option. And we're very much expecting Adams to go knight d5, probably just right here. I don't see anything
knight d5
wrong with this move.
Okay, so let's have a look at h4.
Sure, you can play h4. But yeah, it's not doing too much. I could just leave it as it is. Or I could also think about g4. Then, of course, I need to check potentially any
Taking,
sacrifice
yeah.
on g4. But here, for example, bishop takes g4 wouldn't work. I could just take on f6 first and then take on g4. And you don't have enough play here. And if you take on d5 first, well, then of course you always have this issue. The rook is immediately attacked once I take back. So you have the knight d5, which I very much expect Adams to play. Will be interesting what exactly Aggie has in mind.
Okay, let's come back to that. Maybe check in with Danny Gormelli against Chris Ward.
Sure, we can do that. Daniel Gormelli against Chris Ward. Still a maneuvering game. Finally, Gormelli has played
maneuvering
d4.
games today.
Yeah, it is true. I mean, both Gormelli, the Gormelli game and the Jones game, they still have all the 16 pawns on the board. Might not stay like that for much longer here because there are potential pawn exchanges in the center. But as of now, neither side wants to alleviate the tension really. And knight h2, hinting at the possibility of going knight g4. You know, knight h6, just seeing what's up there. So interesting plan. Usually, in many cases, the knight also can go to g3, but here, of course, there wouldn't be a further perspective for the knight, h5 and f5 being covered by the pawn g6. So I like this plan by Gormelli going knight h2 and having this option of going knight g4. So what is black going to do here? He has pretty much played all the natural moves, right? Push the pawns forward, put the bishop on a6. Yeah, now he needs to ask himself, do I want to allow this knight g4? How annoying is that? Do I want to go h5? Well, on the other hand, that is weakening my position on the king. And yeah, I wouldn't like this move. Maybe even knight h4 comes to mind. Knight takes g6 already in the air. And then getting the other knight maybe to g5. And you also don't want to play a move like c4 really, because this is just leaving or closing or finishing, ending the fight. Let me choose this verb. For the center, now it just has this very strong, very nice center, and black's not competing for it anymore. So the first pawns come off the board. Chris Ward took on c3, which makes sense, opening up the b file. But still, what is his follow-up? That's the question. Maybe knight b6. This is kind of standard going in on the light squares. And if d takes c5, probably you can just take back, or also consider knight c4 here, and suddenly this bishop awakens. So I could imagine knight b6, but once again we need to check knight g4, what happens here, and how much of an issue that might be. And if knight c4, well, I can play bishop h6, I can play knight h6, probably even bishop h6, and you know, there are some ideas here to attack the black king. So, very interesting. I haven't seen this maneuver honestly before.
I was wondering if
position.
black can ever play a4, not now, but after knight b6, let's say.
Knight g4, a4.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if you want to take that pawn.
I could, but I could also retreat to c2. And yeah. I mean,
I probably
maybe you would
haven't
need
reached
to
much.
play. Can you even play a move like h5? I'm wondering if I can go knight h6. If king h7, I certainly have knight g5, and this would be quite nice. And if king h8, well, this of course needs to be checked carefully. Well, this is not working actually. Maybe this would be just not a good idea to get the knight to h6, but maybe it would be. Who knows? Maybe you can even be, you know, very ambitious suddenly. I don't know. But I do like the white chances here. An interesting idea, which I haven't seen in this kind of position.
Yeah, this was a maneuvering game until now, but it feels like any second now it could come to life properly. A lot could happen here very soon. So we will come back to that. Maybe let's go to Martin Brown against Justin Tan. Very interesting game. So we let it off after bishop e6.
We let it off, bishop e6, bishop e3. Here we were thinking about knight e5, which we liked, I would say, for black. But Justin went a different route, queen c8. Moving the queen out of the d file. f4 makes a lot of sense. Suddenly there are these options for white. And now he took on c3, which is a move I would really not like to play.
What was he worried about then?
What was he worried about? Maybe just knight d5. I mean, I don't even know which move to suggest for black here. But let's say a move like knight a5. Here probably knight d5. So he didn't want to allow the knight coming to d5, so he took on c3, but yeah, now, okay, he's following with f5, but still,
Yeah,
I don't like this.
There were so many lines we looked at where this bishop was
so
nice
strong,
after
right?
a3, yeah.
I mean, maybe then again we might have misevaluated, but this sequence to my mind, doesn't favor black here. But still, position might be completely fine.
But I still wonder what white is going to do with his bishop, with his light squared bishop.
I would like to play something like this here. I mean, this might be a very typical idea. The point is, of course, I want to get a pawn into f5. So you have a choice which pawn you want to take. Which one do you want to take?
Probably the e-pawn.
All right, and I'll go f5 just to get this pawn in. Yeah, and also, of course, getting a little bit closer to the black king. So that's important as well.
Okay, so I go back.
You go back, and now I would just play bishop. Well, I do need to watch out for knight e5, potentially. I should not ignore that.
Can you play f6?
I could play f6. Takes.
Can I just take?
You just want to take. Yeah, that would be possible. I mean, it's certainly introducing some ideas.
Yeah.
Black cannot take on c4
because
now.
Of queen check.
Or even worse, check back. So probably would need to get a queen closer. But yeah, I mean, I really like g4, honestly. I mean, I'm an attacking player, and it just seems so natural. If f takes g4, also you can think about f5 and maybe h3, just opening up files against the black king. Because the queen is just perfectly placed on c3, just on this long diagonal, cannot be attacked.
And black might miss his dark squared bishop here.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. So I would very much like to see g4.
I think it's a kind of move, though, that we look at it here and it looks very nice, but over the board, even if you see it, even if you consider it, if you can't see a concrete follow-up,
yeah, of course,
it's very tough.
Yeah, it's not, of course, always any move involving like a long-term sacrifice, like here, where it's not clear, am I going to get the pawn back on e4 anytime soon? It's always a little bit risky. But if you want to win, you need to take risks. And, also the other alternatives here, they don't look too interesting. You don't want to take on f5, really. That would just help black to get his pieces into play already. I mean, even this is probably just fine for white as well. Actually, the more I look at this, this also looks interesting. And just the whole, honestly, maybe bishop takes f5. But the whole black position doesn't strike me as that great anymore, I have to say.
By the way, I wonder if our chat is down or if people have deserted us. Let me see. Hello? Yeah, it looks like our chat is down.
Okay,
Unfortunately.
well, that happens. We'll just keep going.
Yeah.
And hopefully you guys are going to be back soon. Yeah, so I like the white chance, and I think I have to correct myself. I don't think black position is still fine. It's just, this play is completely in control for white.
Mhm.
You can always just take with the knight. The queen, like I said, is perfectly placed on c3. So, yeah, this seems pretty nice for white, but still, I mean, of course, everyone's game here.
Right, so let's leave that one off. Where do you want to go?
Ah, man,
Change.
I was so sure Adams would play knight d5, and he has not. He has played rook d3.
Another maneuvering move. I'm very confused by all this. He just played rook d2.
Yeah, a move ago.
Yeah.
This is, very interesting. Rook d3.
You don't need to explain this to me.
Well, maybe he's coming back now to Jan's plan earlier, bishop c1, bishop a3. But curious
why
that
did
he waited for h5
What
to
did
happen.
that change? Or maybe it didn't change anything and he just changed his mind? I don't know.
I don't know either. I mean, knight d5 looked pretty good to my mind. And rook d3. Now, of course, knight d5's off the table for now because the pawn c2 would be hanging again. But yeah, maybe he's also just like waiting. So, what are you going to do here?
That's strange.
Maybe there are some lines where black goes h4 and he wants to go g4, and then if there's this potential sacrifice, in the end, the rook could take back on e3, which could make a difference.
But I doubt that's what he was thinking.
Yeah, doesn't seem very convincing indeed.
Even by now, I don't think Eggy wants to even play h4.
So we're going to check real quick with the engine what the engine thinks of knight d5, and the engine isn't that convinced. I thought that this would be quite nice for white. But yeah, here this h4 idea indeed. And if g4, yeah, this is sacrifice in the air potentially.
Yeah.
And probably this was not something that Adams want to allow. So very interesting idea by Eggy to go active playing h5, but just rook d3, and it's also the first computer move suggested.
Rook d3?
Yeah, rook d3,
Okay.
yeah. I could imagine some lines this is indeed a factor. And of course also sometimes the bishop might come back to g5 now that this square opened up again. Of course there are ideas to consider like knight g4, and this might be actually another point. Here if bishop g5, knight g4 takes, bishop takes g5 would immediately hit the rook on d2, so you wouldn't have time to take on h5. I mean, you could think about this, but this would go too far. So this seems to be another point to possibly prepare bishop g5, getting the bishop back here where it's quite nicely placed. And yeah, it's also once again I think it's strong prophylactic thinking as well, because black's next move was going to be more or less h4. Not much black can do, right? All the pieces look a little bit sitting on each other, let's put it like that. And
Eggy just
went knight e8, which, yeah. is adding more to the awkwardness, I would say.
You know what? I just looked over and I have this game open on just 24 and okay, now the computer changed its mind, but for a second the first suggestion was rook d2, which would be quite funny.
Yeah. Okay. Knight e8. Yeah, and also looked over and the suggestion is f4 by the computer, which makes a lot of sense, especially since the black pieces are so awkward right now and not really threatening anything. So
And if I take, you take.
if you take, then I might even take with the knight. Well, I always need to watch out for bishop f6 though, which can be potential unpleasant. Might be quite unpleasant here, so.
Also potentially h4 or not?
h4 is also possible. But here bishop f6, I would need to play a move like bishop d2. That's really not what I had in mind. So maybe just g takes f4 and then e5 coming in the next move or something like that. But yeah, f4 is always a move you consider twice because, like we pointed out earlier as well, it opens up your own king as well. Of course, you're creating chances, creating more space, gaining more space, I should say, not creating more space. But there's a risk attached to it as well. And I don't expect Adams to play this move, in fact.
f4.
No. Probably some more maneuvering here.
The second suggestion is rook d2.
Rook d2, no. Well, maybe. Who knows? What does black have in mind, by the way? Knight c7?
Yeah, I'm curious.
Knight
as
e6?
well.
But possibly, yeah? Something along
I'm
these
not
lines
sure.
here.
Not sure what Aggie has in mind at all. Okay, I suggest we leave this one for another minute.
Yeah. And in this game, knight c7 happened, like we suggested, getting rid of this knight. And actually, we're going down this line, but here, Nick didn't like knight d4 too much, but went for knight takes c5 and just retreating to e7. Now d4. I think you need to act pretty quickly here because otherwise black just plays c6 and will open up the center. So d4 and now knight g6. Yeah, you don't want to take here. That would just create a monster on this diagonal and the knight would be very nice on d4. Knights in general, they're strongest in the center because they control a lot of important squares. So that wouldn't be a good idea. So knight g6 played, d takes e5, and d takes e5. But those last couple of moves, I have to say, I believe favor white. You have a knight on g6, which is out of the game right now, not doing anything except for protecting a pawn on e5. White has more space and has a target on e5, of course, as well. So
I was wondering, can black... okay, I guess I have time, so... I was wondering if I can play something with c6, maybe prepared with rook d8, rook c8.
Yeah, but I think you won't get it in. I mean, it's white to move right now.
Yeah.
I can play the queen to b3 or c2, probably. Jones is thinking about right now where to place the queen exactly. And, you know, let's say queen c2, rook c8, and then rook d1. And this is easy play for white. And if you play c6, now I just take everything, and then get my rook in, and you have a horrible endgame.
Okay, so let's go back a couple of moves. Rook d1.
Rook d1, yeah.
What if I play queen b5?
Queen b5. But now, of course, after c6, I was as well have this idea of d6. Also something sometimes you can consider is going h4, h5.
I was thinking I might also play f6 just to secure this pawn.
Right.
Then I can move my bishop, then I can move my rook to d8. And not my bishop, my
Yeah.
knight.
Your knight, yeah. Yeah, but in general, it feels like it's a nice bind here on the light square as well. This position, of course,
Yeah.
not forced.
Actually, now I look at it, I would like to get my knight to d6, but it won't be easy.
No, I think in general this position might be quite difficult already. Maybe I'm overestimating it for white. But yeah, there's this weakness on c2. The knight is not well placed. There's this target on e5, which you need to make sure you don't drop it. So there are some drawbacks here in the black position, and not sure where I want to put my queen. I mean, I could also consider h4 here right away. Not sure if I want to though.
I might play f6 again. And
I
maybe
mean, f6 I think I'm happy to see, but yeah, I don't know what else you can do. Maybe you can go queen g4 here. Yeah, that would be actually quite annoying. Threatening knight f4. So I would need to do something like king h2. And yeah, the queen is well placed on g4. He's played completely differently, of course. That's always what happens. Knight d2. Yeah, surprising to me, honestly. Not sure where he wants to go with this. I like the knight on f3, putting pressure on the pawn on e5. Maybe knight b3, knight c5. Maybe he wants to put on c4. I still like the white position, don't get me wrong. But I didn't expect this move right now. It felt like either the queen had to move or possibly h4, but h4 I'm not sure about. I mean, could be also still in the position later on, of course. Always interesting to push this pawn forward to gain some space and create some more weaknesses maybe in the black position. Always a possibility. So here, what does black even do? Can I go rook d8? I want to play c6, obviously, but nah, this is too slow now. Just knight c4 hitting this pawn. Well, is this possible at all? It seems probably a stretch.
Yeah.
It seems like a stretch.
So what if I take on c6?
Then I just want to take back, hit your queen.
And if I go
I
queen...
mean, even this is probably...
Oh, queen 8. Oh no, my pawn is attacked. I wanted to go queen h5. But
Yeah, the pawn e4 is hanging, but even this, well, but here it seems like... Still nice for white probably, but it seems like...
maybe I can
Black
go
is
to
improved.
g4 instead of f3.
Yeah, that would be a little bit more active, that's true. Yeah, I really don't like the black position at all here. Because, like, what do you do in terms of counterplay? If you go f5, white is just going to take,
Yeah, I doubt
and then
f5.
queen g4.
I'm usually
queen
all in
e2.
favor of going f4, f5, but in this position it doesn't look...
This is, honestly, also this pawn is hanging. We shouldn't forget, it's just always a weakness on c7. Nick has played rook d8, maybe also having this idea in mind of going c6. For example, if queen c2, then c6 would be quite a good move, because you cannot take, since this queen takes d2, and there doesn't seem to be a trick here, or is it trick c7? Queen takes c2, takes, but now queen takes e4 check is the important part. Otherwise that would be quite nice for white. Queen takes e4 check, and if f3 then queen e2 check, and then I'll take on d8. So this trick is not in the position. And c takes b7, we're taking on d2. No, this is all. No. Rook c8, just king f8. Not working.
By the way, our chat is down, but I hope you can still see and hear us. See, Kevin asked if the transmission is down, but that was 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, I think we're still on.
Okay.
But it's always good to double check. I mean, wouldn't be the first time. But hopefully you guys can still see us.
Yeah, I
Otherwise-
guess it's just the chat that is down. Hopefully not us.
Yeah, anyways, we'll continue for now.
Yeah,
Yeah, it looks like we're still live. Alright.
good. I wanted to ask if we could quickly check in with Keith Arkell and Peter
Absolutely.
Wells.
Your friend Keith Arkell. Where is he? Oh man, he's just... Wait, he sacrificed a piece. Interesting. So let's see what happened here. Knight takes d6. Now e4 and... Alright, what's happening here? There's this idea of going g5 and winning this knight on h4. So what did Keith do? He just played bishop b4, g5, and now knight h takes f5. Okay.
What is going on here?
Alright, and he's getting 3 pawns for the piece. And
What's
that's
the
e5.
position on the board?
Yeah, I think it was a really nice piece sacrifice. He has nice pawns in the center, nice bishops. No weaknesses, apparent weaknesses for black. I think he has good chances here. And now he just wants to grab the bishop on d7, I think.
Yeah, I
Or
also
maybe
like this.
put the knight on e6. And it seems like a very difficult position to play for black.
Yeah, I agree.
Bishop c8, bishop e8 maybe, but that leaves the e6 square open. Now probably you just have to part with the bishop. Let's say a move like knight f6.
Oh, and looks like the chat is back.
The chat is back! Guys, we've missed you so much. It was such a sad time without you.
Yeah.
Alright, and Adam Hunt in the chat, welcome to the show. Adam was talking still about the Jones game, but we'll come back to that later. In the game, black played a5, which I'm not sure I understand. Looks like white can just take, because of the b6 I could take on d7. And then just move my bishop. Now it's already 4 pawns plus bishop pair.
So
probably
is there a trick here?
Yeah, probably rook a8 must be his idea. And if the bishop moves, then rook takes a2. And I probably cannot take this one. That would be too much. Well, who knows? Maybe I'll take this one as well. You know, I might just be in the mood for it. Bishop c8. And here even d6. Takes.
I guess in the worst case I can take and go bishop d5. Or what do you want?
Yeah, or d7 here. d7 also looks interesting. d7 actually looks very strong.
Yeah.
Because I'm threatening to take on b7, and I'm threatening d8 queen. Which puts you at a very awkward place.
All of this looks very... I'm curious what Keith is going to do. I think it's very possible he's just going to take
I mean,
the pawn.
even if, you know... Yeah. Or is there some other trick? No, bishop d4, no, that cannot be it. b6 we looked at. Rook a8 must be the move. No, just... I mean, even, you know, my previous idea was to do something like this, you know, and go after this rook and say, even this position, not sure what to think about it. It's, what is it?
What's the
2
material
pieces?
count?
No, 3 pieces against a rook and 5 pawns. That's quite unusual.
Yeah.
So here, okay, maybe black is fine, but who knows?
I mean, the pawns look quite dangerous, though.
They do. But then again, black might be able to install some kind of blockade. But yeah, what we just looked at looked really nice for white indeed. And yeah, just follow with d6. Yeah, d6. If you have to give your rook here, no, cannot be it. Well, he might just take and win.
Yeah.
We shall see. And you also want to see the game of the two Peters.
Absolutely. Where did we leave this? What was happening
Yeah,
here?
a few moves ago. So we have the structure after all. And b4 happened. Castle, castle. Queen a6. Yeah, I was wondering if black maybe can play a5 here. But okay. Didn't happen. So queen a6, which is a nice square for the queen. I mean, in the worst case, black could play bishop c8, but then the queen would probably go to a5. So Peter Wells didn't want to do this. He went rook fc8. Now h3, bishop e6. Yeah, I think position is fine for black.
What does black, will he just play c5?
He might play c5, yeah. c5 followed by c4. If white plays b5. So the question is, what is white going to do here? Probably not much. Yeah, it looks completely fine for black, to be honest.
Yeah, I was wondering if I can go knight a4, but then you can probably just take. And I want to try and
I'll just take and just go c5. And black has the bishop here, and the bishops like open space.
Yeah.
You know, they don't like to be locked in with a closed position. They like to open files, open diagonals, obviously. So this is what black is trying to do here, playing c5. And yeah, those bishops are nice.
Yeah.
And if b5, I can go c4. Not allowing here bishop c4. If white was able to get bishop c4, and well, great. But black plays c4 here first, and should be completely fine.
Okay, then let's leave this and come back to our top clash. And Trotto is in the chat. Was just asking, Aggi's position looks too passive. Where is his counterplay?
Yeah, queen d1 was played, not rook d2 or f4. Queen d1.
And now finally.
Putting some more pressure on the pawn d6, which of course right now is defended well still, and now a5. Yeah, it's still a very complex position, I would say.
And bishop, knight b5.
Knight b5. But it just feels like the white position is more compact. And, you know, every pawn move that Aggie is making, like h5, a5, you know, suddenly it all leaves weaknesses, and it seems like Mickey is just ready to exploit these weaknesses.
Also, what is Aggie going to do now? I'm hitting d6.
Good question. I mean, you could go bishop e7, but it feels like you need to do something more active. I mean, bishop e7, there's the next knight coming in here. I'm hitting h5. You probably need to play g6. And now already, I mean, you know, once everything plays together for white, and suddenly also the tax just dropped. That was the approach. Actually, the first player who was kind of employing it was Alexander Ayakin back in the day. He was saying, you have to have a good positional foundation. What you base your play on, because earlier before Alekhine, maybe also Capablanca, back in the day, you know, Steiner, Laska, and even earlier, they were just all out for attack, sacrifice material doesn't matter as long as I have an attack going. But Alekhine was like, no, you need to have a good positional foundation, and then if that is working, the tactics will come by themselves. And I think this is what Adams is doing here very well. Aggie played queen b8.
8. Queen 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 8. I pointed this out earlier. Eggy is not happy in this sort of position, you know. And I think not just Eggy, anyone facing Mickey Adams, maybe facing anyone, but especially facing Mickey Adams.
Yeah, I mean, he still, even here, knight c3 would come to mind. Or c4, I'm not sure about. That could run into a4. So you need to be careful about this move. But yeah, it just feels like black is barely able to defend everything, right? Knight
And Mickey
c3,
is also speeding up
hitting
now.
h5, g6. Oh, he has played f4 after all. Okay, that's a different approach. But he just feels like he has such a demanding control of the position. He can play on both sides of the board now, and it feels like everywhere black has to defend the pieces. So, yeah, I think white is way on his way to win here.
Yeah. Yeah, as I said earlier, this wasn't going to be any fun for Eggy, and it seems less and less fun. So let's come back to this later, but I'm afraid this is going to go downhill from here.
Yeah,
for Eggy.
there's just no active play, it feels like, really. Maybe can I do something like a4, but even then, I know right now I also have to, of course, answer to this threat of f takes e5, surely. Yeah, it's just magic how Adams is putting his pieces. They all seem to be well placed, more or less. I don't know what black is going to do here. If f takes e5 is a threat. If I take on f4 myself, I'm opening up a whole other box. Now the knight coming in. E5 in a position potential. Knight up to d5.
Yeah. And we did point out earlier, we do not use any engines, but Chandra, he taught me how to pronounce his name earlier. He's saying f4 was the #1 suggestion by the computer. I'm not surprised to see Mickey play the best moves in this position, of course.
Yeah, he's just a very strong player. And Eggy has played bishop f6. Okay. Defending e5 for now. If white takes on e5, black can take back with the bishop. So instead, white can once again come back to this plan of knight c3, which I always like. You know, you put your knight in a better square. You hit h5 as well. Even though here maybe black can do something like e takes f4, not sure. So alternatively, you can also think about closing this off and still having this as a target and playing knight c3 next move, which also looks great. Because yeah, black's so passive. You can just slowly improve your positions.
Just looking to the side, to my Chess24 broadcast, and I see the first computer line at the moment is c4, which also looks very natural, actually.
If c4 works, certainly. You always have to check a4 and targeting this pawn, but probably here there are some tactics or something, maybe even c5, which do work in white's favor. Point being that after d takes c5, well, at least my plan was to take on d7, but I might reconsider, because here, unfortunately, in the end, b5 is hanging, and that would be quite an unfortunate turnaround.
I was
unless
checking
I have knight c3.
I was just looking at knight c3, but queen a6.
Queen a6, rook takes a4.
Okay. So
I mean, this might still work. Yeah, okay, but white doesn't have to go down these lines, obviously. So c4, maybe f5, maybe knight e3. White is still keeping on a good grip. But also Eggy, I mean, he's doing what he can to defend and hold his own, even though his position seems to get more difficult by every move.
And I see there's a lot of chat about Radio Jan. And in case you missed Radio Jan in the chat earlier, Radio Jan is going to have his first ever Banter Blitz session on Thursday night.
Oh man,
I'm not
everybody's
sure what
hyped.
time, but yeah.
Everybody is.
Thursday night. Put it down in your diaries out there.
Yeah. You definitely you don't want to miss this. Let's
We
put
will
it like
probably
that.
need to hurry up because on Thursday, when is Thursday? 2 days from now. We will need to hurry up with our commentary because I can very well see Radio Jan kicking us out from the studio here.
Yeah, I've experienced Radio Jan firsthand. He was born, as Zanasbus is saying, he was born in the coverage of the Bilbao tournament. And I was right there. And, his birth was just quite interesting. Let's put it like that. And get back to the chess. Oh, I see. Adams took on e5. Okay. Not sure if I like this move, honestly. Of course, black... Well, maybe black can even take on e5 with the pawn. Because once again, if I take on d7, there's always this problem with queen takes b5 still at the end.
Tennis Boy has been confused in the chat for a while now. So Tennis Boy, there is a big difference between Jan and Radio Jan. And just tune into Radio Jan's Banter Blitz on Thursday and you'll find out for yourself.
Yeah. So d takes e5, rook takes d7 doesn't work, but probably white can just now play knight ec3, hit the pawn on h5, as well as threaten to take on d7. So double attack if g6 now. White is definitely ready to take on d7. So I'm very much expecting bishop takes e5, and that's why I wasn't sure about this move, because this bishop is quite nice on e5. And I'm not sure if I would have played like that, but he's probably saying, well, I'm getting something in return as well. There's knight d4, double attack once again. And now we see the drawbacks of Aggi's active play. Well, not really active. He was active for one move kind of earlier. We're playing h5. It is, well, backfiring a little bit, it looks like. So now knight d4 seems, you're just going to lose a pawn already. Unless, can I go rook c5? With the idea of queen takes h5, bishop takes d4. Rook c5 might be possible. But
is there no discovery? No, the knight is
right now the knight is hanging on b5 indeed. But maybe I can just play a move like c4 here. And now threaten to move the knight somewhere, hitting the rook on c5. Yeah, maybe there's h4 now. It will be interesting to see.
I think at least after...
At least there are some chances for black.
I mean, after bishop e5, after taking with the bishop, at least Aggi's position is becoming a bit less passive. His pieces get some squares, some diagonals. So, yeah. Not sure.
Yeah, I mean, at least you're not just being suffocated like it seemed to happen. So probably Adams is kind of cashing in. That's actually also a very common theme, that you're kind of transforming one advantage into another. So earlier he had this overwhelming position advantage and all his pieces are nicely placed, and now he wants to go after his pawn on h5. So transforming a position advantage into material advantage.
By the way, there's a question for you from Shandor. I think if I understand correctly, he's asking if you can still send games for your premium coaching.
Yeah, absolutely. Just send them to me. You need to do it through the analysis feature here on Chess24. You can add comments and also please include which side of the board you are on. And then share the link with me or send me a private message. Well, send me a private message with the link, that's what I meant. Or share it. Or do it via invitation, but invitation only works if we're friends. But you can choose either one, that's fine. I will not have a show next week. I just had one yesterday. I will not have a show next week, but after that, I think I'll be on break from commentary at least. I feel like I've been commentating this whole July, and then I'll have more time. Might even do 2 shows a week or so, because I have the stream to get through all the games that have been sent to me.
Yeah.
But there are a lot, so I don't know if I'll ever fulfill the stream. A game we haven't checked on, and before I say that, Eggy has played bishop takes e5, and we'll see what Adams had prepared here. Probably knight e4 or maybe knight f4. But a game we haven't checked on is the game between Gormley and Ward, and indeed the bishop has landed on h6, the knight is on g4, and you know.
So how did we get there? Let's rewind.
Wow,
a few
he even
moves.
sacrificed an exchange. But I do have to say, it looks like he has nice attacking prospects. So we left off somewhere around here, now knight f6. Now he played e5, okay. He really wanted to get the knight into g4. d5. Yeah, I mean, this looks great. Queen d2, knight c7, rook c1, knight b4. Now he sacrificed.
Very
He
interesting.
didn't want to allow this knight coming to e6, I suppose. And yeah, this looks very interesting. Rook takes, queen takes, bishop h6. And I mean, the plan is simple, yeah? Take on g7, play queen h6, play knight g5, and checkmate. So, what is black going to do? Well, what I thought first off was to play a move like f5.
Can I take?
And then I just want to take on g4.
I have no clever.
If you take on f8, I take on f3, and I think I'm
fine.
doing okay. There might be knight g5. Yeah, but even here, if I just move my rook, doesn't seem to be too bad.
I was always
Unless there's
wondering,
queen f4.
can I go a little move like a3
Yeah, this is always also an option, of course, to
after
just
rook
push.
c8, for example. But even after rooks, even in this position.
After here a3, here I might still have this queen c3, but even though here you could make the case, it's just going to be nasty, even though there might be still rook f8 here. Takes, queen takes g4. Oh, this one is hanging as well, blundering
Yeah.
pieces left and right. So let's just remove ourselves from this situation. In the game, Ward took on h6. Very much expecting queen takes h6. And what now? What do you do against knight g5? Knight f6 also a threat, by the way. Let's not forget about that. For example, if g5 to get the bishop in here, defending like this, where it's just playing knight f6.
Nice move.
Can it go to h8? And then takes, checkmate next
So where
move.
is the defense?
Oh, I'm sure he has thought of something. Probably f6. Yeah, f6 makes a lot of sense, yeah? f6 does make a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
But now again, there's this idea what you pointed out earlier, a3. When you cannot really, you don't want to move your knight. Even if you do something like this just feels terribly dangerous, and probably knight h4 is very strong here. With the checkmate threat of knight takes g6, probably have to go something like this, and here already white has regained the material and is probably still continuing his attack.
Yeah. But also Denny is thinking, so can he possibly take with the knight?
No. I mean,
Doesn't
make any sense really. I mean, you could, but
King
it
G7.
just doesn't feel right. King g7 or king h8.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, he has taken with the
Yeah.
queen. He's just wondering what Ward wants to do, and probably Ward needs to play f6. If f5,
And
I can still
F6
play
is
knight
already on
g5.
the
Yeah,
board.
Ward down being down to 7.5 minutes doesn't help
I
his
think-
cause.
I think him being down,
Down
in
is
time.
good?
No, that's not what I meant. Again, I'm friends with both players, but I think his time situation will have encouraged Danny even. I mean, he
Oh,
might have
okay.
taken on c7 anyway, but
Yeah, absolutely. You know, time is a crucial factor, so
And just to answer Kevin Winter's question, he was asking me if I'm entitled to play in the British, that I might win the women's section. A, I don't think I'm entitled because I haven't lived in London for a while, and B, there's Jovanka Huska and many other strong players, and C, even if I could, I doubt I would play there, because I think it's strange trying to win a championship that's not the one of your country.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
No. But yeah, f6.
So we're looking at a3. I mean, there are also other moves you can consider. If you can also talk about knight h4, but here I think black can always get the bishop in to defend upon g6, and that's quite a nice defensive move. Yeah, I like a3. And we didn't really see anything wrong with it, right? Maybe queen c3? But now...
Can I go rook?
Yeah, now that you've left, the rook e3 would be possible, yeah, but rook e7, this is looking just devastating. Just devastating. You cannot leave the 7th rank because otherwise the rook just comes in.
But what after rook e7, rook f7?
Yeah, I think I can just take on f6, and this is game over. Yeah, once the rook comes to e7, you can call it a day. So a3 is the move we're expecting here for Gormali, and I think he's doing excellent. I'm not sure if white should take an f6 first. That's something I'm wondering about. Maybe he could just take an f6 first, doesn't hurt, and then play a3. On the other hand, it gives black some additional defensive options. For example, if we go down the same line that we looked at earlier, bishop takes d5 and knight h4. Now black might have this move queen g7. Even this looks pretty bad though. Even something like this, and knight h6. I mean, just too many pieces around the black king. But that's the question. If you should include taking on f6 or play a3 immediately. So what I'm thinking is that probably...
someone, God Gusti, is suggesting after a3, a4.
That's a smart move. I was just about to suggest a move like bishop c4, just giving up the piece on b4 and then hoping to create play with the pawns. But a3 is answered by a4, and nice distractive move. So bishop takes a4. Now the d5 pawn is not hanging anymore. So yeah, you see
black still has a lot of resources.
Yeah, and you see we're not analyzing with the engine. Then we miss these little details sometimes.
Glass away from the mic.
Well, in that case, if a3 can always be answered with a4,
Then
why does it look for other options?
What after knight? Did we look at knight h4?
Yeah, we looked at knight h4, bishop d3.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem to be a follow-up here. Bishop is protecting g6 quite nicely. Yeah, maybe Daniel Gormali was a little bit over-optimistic.
Yeah, we shall see.
I mean, it's certainly compensation, but the attack, there's no obvious follow-up. Maybe a move like queen h4, just to threaten taking on f6, but at the very least black could play king g7. And, well, white would be happy to at least have a perpetual on the safe side.
Isn't there anything better than king g7?
Probably. I mean, you can also think about a move like rook b6. Yeah, this a4 always after white plays
Yeah.
a3 is really an issue.
And there's a question I wanted to ask you earlier, but now Mick has posted it again. He's asking us if we know, I'm not sure I'm going to get her name right, but Katina Kachiani-Kierzinska.
Sounds pretty good.
She's leading with 1 point in the German Women's Championship. I thought Elisabeth Paetz was stronger. Yes, I know her. I guess you know her too. I don't know her personally, but she's been around for a long time. And Elisabeth probably has more weighting, but I mean, in one tournament,
Yeah, of course.
anything can always happen. And Katina is also a very strong player. So.
Yeah, I mean, Katina, I think having a rating of above 2300 herself, of course, she can have a good tournament and score more points than Elisabeth. I've not followed this tournament recently, and so I cannot say much about it. But yeah, I do know her. She's been, like you said, been on a German national team already for a number of years. And we're still struggling really to find a convincing way for White to continue his attack. We're going to take a little cheat and see what the engine says about the position, and it says equal, in fact. So maybe this, oh well, now it's changing its mind a little bit. E takes f6, the way to go, and then just put the rook on e6, and it actually makes a lot of sense. Get another piece into play and attack the pawn on f6. And most likely Gomali will go for this. This seems to be the obvious continuation.
I mean, most of the time when the computer gives a small advantage for White, I'll do an exchange down.
That is a good sign, yeah? What about queen g7? That would be the first move that comes to mind, but White can just retreat here. But that's maybe not easy to see, that you just retreat like that.
Yeah.
But you still, have all the trumps in your hand. And yeah, this is indeed giving White an advantage. So probably Black would need to play something else here. But yeah, if Gomali is going down this line, rook e6,
he will have very good chances.
He will have good chances because Chris Ward being on 7 minutes for 16 moves is not good. It's not a lot of time.
And I see there have been some developments in Gawain Jones' game against Niclas Pert. Let's see what happened there.
So we left off around here, and Gawain was regrouping his knight to c5. Now c6, we said Black needs to play this more or less to free up his position, otherwise he's just always tied down to this weak pawn. He's doing so. Drawback is he has now a weak pawn, not on c7 but on c6. Well,
and by the way, Danny Gomali has just taken on f6 followed by rook e6, so kudos.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's a good player, so of course he would go for this, especially since there were not a lot of other appealing options once you saw this a3, a4 idea for Black. And now knight c5. In this position, Jones against Pert, which is of course also crucial for his standings. It's board 2, and both those players in close proximity to the leaders on 5.5 out of 7. And now bishop takes c5, rook takes c5, and well, looks like still a very pleasant position for White. Pressure against the pawns. Rook d2 just has been played. That's the only thing. Question is if Black can activate and get enough counterplay. I was just about to say knight is still looking weak, or not weak, but badly placed on g6, controlled nicely by the pawn on g3. Of course, you always need to consider like sacrifice, knight h4, knight f4, and so on, but as long as you have that under control, the knight really is not having much of an impact. So can I just go queen c3? That would be a first move that comes to mind, hitting both c6 and d2. Probably would just do that here.
Do I have to just go back?
Well, it's probably not his idea to go back to d6 now.
But what do you do?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's very hard to come up with a move.
Well, yeah, if I defend the rook, which would be, of course, what I want to do, keep the rook active on the second rank, then white just takes on c6. And maybe queen a2. Maybe queen a2. But even here, I'm not sure how much this is doing, really.
Yeah.
Just bishop c1. It looks like a nice move, but there's no follow-up,
Okay,
everything
but what
protected.
about rook? I was going to go rook d3, maybe even the other rook.
Yeah, if you do the other rook though, then I can go rook c8. And you have some problems on the back rank.
Yeah, that's true.
But you can place this rook on d3. But yeah, it just doesn't feel like enough. It's just not enough for the pawn.
We shall see.
Yeah, queen c3 looks like the obvious move. And rook d6. Cannot imagine he wants to go rook d6. Still trying to get anything to work here, but just doesn't work. Queen g6, just king h2.
And Tom Rendell has just joined us in the chat, and he's saying maybe queen c3 can be met by queen d7.
Okay. Queen d7. Oh, the point is that if now rook takes c6, rook takes b2 would be possible, which is a nice little detail. And rook c7, just queen d2 or some other move. So that would be a way to keep the rook active on the second rank and also not lose the pawn on c6. That makes sense. But still, what if I just go rook c1? And I'm just I still want to take on c6. I mean, yeah, you could go something like rook c8 now. And we might end up somewhere in this direction. At least, at least black has an active rook on d2. At least.
Okay, let's leave these guys. Quickly update Mickey Adams against David Eggleston, and then maybe have a look at Colbus against Howell, which we haven't looked at in a while. So here we left the position after bishop takes e5.
Knight bd4 was played. So we looked at knight ed4, but knight bd4 also makes sense. Rook returns to c8, and now knight f3. Challenging this very strong bishop that we were praising so much on e5, and he didn't go bishop f6, Eggy went bishop e6, which allows white to take on e5, but I'm not sure if he will do that. Yeah, he's fighting, and the game is not over. But maybe just knight takes e5. No, he just has played something else. I want to say knight takes e5 and knight c3. Again, I always want to hit this pawn. But he's also hitting this pawn, but from a different angle, knight f4, which makes a whole lot of sense now, obviously threatening knight takes e5 and knight takes e6. Winning both bishops in 2 moves. Well, not winning them, but exchanging them. That would be, of course, fantastic. Also, of course, hitting the pawn on h5. So I think that only leaves black with one choice here, which is to just take this bishop. There's no other move, really. I don't think.
Actually, because this is the game I have open on Chess24 the whole time, I constantly see the first computer line, and the computer is funnily suggesting knight d7.
Oh, really? Not taking on f4? Well, taking on f4 is pretty bad. I mean, let's be honest, white has a pleasant choice.
It's the second best option, but I think Eggy is now in a position where they are now really...
He doesn't have a lot of room for error.
And also they really aren't, like, I know Jan was questioning this saying last time about there are no good moves in a bad position, or whatever the saying goes.
Yeah, he was questioning that. Yeah, I said that.
Oh,
but
yeah.
it's just a saying, and it is true often. But yeah, knight e7 is interesting because the point is, of course, to take back with the knight on e5, hitting the rook on d3. But what about this pawn? What about this pawn? Maybe knight c5 now. And I would need to give up my bishop, which I maybe don't want to. Well, I don't need to necessarily. I could also go knight takes e5. Because the point is, if rook d2, then black can take on e4. That would be wonderful. Well, even this wouldn't be that clear yet, but could work. Or maybe knight c3 here would be quite strong, and then taking back on e5 or something like that. But here, white could take on e5. When black cannot take on d3, white would take back with the knight and then move the rook to d2 now. It's just an extra pawn, even though I might lose my knight on h5 suddenly. Yeah. Okay. So here that seems to work for black.
Well, at least there's still, which I think is good news for Aggie, at least there's still a lot of life in the position. But still looking
quite difficult. Yeah, but it feels like he has to go for knight d7. And bishop takes f4. I don't even know how I want to take back. Both look great. Probably just bishop takes. Having now this pawn. Keeping all the trumps in my hand. Now this is fantastic for white. He needs to play knight d7. Absolutely. To kind of stay in the game.
Yeah, and he has 13 minutes. I mean, it doesn't look critical yet because there are only 9 moves to make. But in a position like that, I think 13 minutes for 9 moves is not very much. And especially if he doesn't find... I mean, even if he does find knight d7, it's still going to be difficult. But without knight d7, yeah, there's just not many good moves. But again, of course, it's easy for us to say that sitting here.
Yeah.
I very quickly want to go back to Gormelli against Ward.
Yeah, we saw this position after queen e3. Queen g7 was the natural move. Now h5. And, you know, what is he doing after rook e7? He wants to give up his queen, yeah? Because rook f7 would run to knight h6. I mean, he can also give up his queen this way, but I think that would be pretty horrible because these pawns are just all dropping. So I'm thinking he wants to give up his queen.
But in that way you got more material. No, did I miss
No,
it?
you can take on g4 here. And I think he wants to give up his queen this way. Against 2 rooks, which, yeah, doesn't look that bad.
Yeah.
Doesn't look that bad. But probably still better for white. But yeah, there's some play. And of course, white can also start with knight h6. And
By the way, people are discussing in the chat the rating gains and losses that you can see on Chess24 next to the, if you hover over the names. And the reason why sometimes they are off, so they will always, well, they will always be correct and based on the rating at the start of the month or at the start of the tournament. But the reason they are off in some rare cases, like in the case of David Eggleston, for example, is because the computer bases itself on the rating it can see there. So for David, that's 2376. What the computer doesn't know is that David has been above 2400 before. So that changes the K factor. So that's why in some very rare cases it is off. But in most cases, the rating gains or loss you can see there are exactly correct.
right. Yeah, so I was looking at knight h6, but also here it looks like black can give his queen in a decent manner, just taking on e7 here and taking on h6, and I thought there might be some follow-up against the king here, but yeah, I'm not having the bishop in the play, and nothing I can do against the king right now.
But do I have any alternative to rook e7? You were just sorry. That's
Right
the
here?
line. Yeah. And there's nothing really.
Well, I don't know. I mean, black is not threatening that much to take on h6 right now because I still have rook e7. But yeah, I don't see anything useful for white to do. So this is still a position on the board right now.
And
Very interesting moment.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Eggy has taken on f4.
Yeah, that will just leave
Which
him.
was probably the human move
The
because
human move, but yeah, his position is just terrible now. If we just go back there really quick, g takes f4, bishop takes f4, both look very pleasant. I was proposing bishop takes f4, but it feels like to me it's a matter of taste as well because g takes f4 also has its perks. Sometimes going f5, but I like bishop takes f4. Yeah, just keeping an eye on the pawn on d6 as well. And also keeping the king a little bit safer, but I think both moves are just great.
And Bugs is saying a poor opening choice by Eggy leaving a backward d6 pawn against a super GM. Well, I guess Eggy will have had prepared this, but maybe as you said you don't like playing e5 yourself, and maybe indeed. But it's always easier in hindsight to say.
Yeah, of course. Always in hindsight you can always criticize everything, and the game is not over yet.
Yeah.
And he might have played something else and lose as well, you know, it's just like that. But yeah, really, I do agree. What happened after the opening was that Adams got a position that suited him and where he's very knowledgeable, where he knows where the pieces belong, where he knows the different maneuvers, and that certainly helped him in his play. And
people in the chat are suggesting Eggy should have played the Berlin. I said earlier, first of all, I think it would be a terrible choice against Mickey, but also I've known Eggy for a while and I doubt I've ever seen him play anything but one c5. So I agree that experimenting in a game, such a crucial game, would not have been a good... I don't think experimenting here would have been a good idea, but... Yeah, I mean, no matter what he played, he was always going to have a tough time against Mickey with the black pieces, of course.
Absolutely. Yeah, it seems here in this game, Gomali against Ward, white needs to win the queen in some way or the other because you don't want to play a move like knight h2. So you really have
he
to
needs to win the queen.
He needs to do this because
he's
otherwise...
He's not happy to win it, but he needs to.
Yeah, you need to decide in which way you want to win it.
Yeah. This is going to be an interesting one because there's still 14 moves to be played. Danny has 16 minutes, Chris has only 3. It's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, absolutely. And he has played rook e7, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Takes, rook takes, king takes, and just take back the pawn. But it doesn't look that convincing to me. I thought there might be more for white.
Yeah, it looked very promising a few moves ago.
And
so what's the material count?
It's the queen and pawn against two rooks. But I might have some options here to open the king further, but yeah, it's all not that promising. Okay, I'm curious if there was anything else. So we're going to cheat a little bit. No, not really. Knight h6 was preferred by the engine. And then rook e7 takes, king takes h6, and now a3. And yeah, the king is a little bit worse placed, and this seems to be quite strong.
Yeah, sorry, the engine seems to really like
this line, yeah. Okay, if I do my typical stuff, a4, white just takes, knight d3 and h4. Yeah, I feel like because of the king being less safe with the queen so active on e7, that I think that's a major difference. The engine also liked what Gormali did, but not as much, also giving white an advantage here. But it's not as clear. Rook b8, queen f4, still engine is saying white is pretty much winning, but to a human eye, really it doesn't look that clear. Alright, we shall see. This can definitely be very sharp still, but yeah, the big advantage for Gormali here. Chris Ward only having 2.5 minutes for 11 moves, so that's a tough one.
Okay, let's go to David Howell. We haven't updated.
We haven't updated, but it hasn't. Not much has happened really. I mean, the pawn structure is still the same. The queens have come off the board. And David will try here for a long time to win this somehow. Like we said earlier, white is very solid. And Dietmar is just sitting. Not only sitting on the board, but also in the position, just staying calm, not doing too much, not creating any weaknesses. Just remaining, keeping the position as it is. And David will just try to somehow grind out a win here, obviously, because he wants to get back into the race and stay close to the leaders. David on, what is he on 5 out of 7, so he is already 1 point behind Adams and Agustin. So he certainly will try for a long time to somehow take this one home.
Yeah.
What about, hold on. Oh, it's white to move. You need to defend this pawn right now in b2. I just noticed. I just noticed you need to protect this pawn. Actually, that might be kind of a task because I didn't want to move my knight. So I think then black is really ready to go b4. And this might be unpleasant. In all these variations, black usually just has this tiny edge against one weakness, but that can be still enough to create something. Well, maybe you do need to move the knight because rook b1 looks a little bit odd. Could be possible though, rook b1. But yeah, it's not the way I would like to protect the pawn. So yeah, a little bit of pressure from black, but still a long way to go for David.
Yeah. Okay, how about we check in? Okay, with Aggie.
Which game did you want to see?
Later on, I wanted to go to Martin Brown against Justin Tan.
That is true. We didn't check in there for a long time, but
we can have a look at this.
Let's just check this one out real quick because there have been some moves and it looks like he took with the g pawn, okay, and now a4 and possibly taking on b3. But yeah, really not much has changed here. White can go knight d4 now, that looks like a very obvious move. Or what Adams did, of course, knight g5. Knight g5 looks very strong. Queen takes h5 is the threat, of course. What does black do? g6, surely not. This is just so weak.
Yeah.
So I think the only move possible is knight f6. Or do you want to take on b3?
Well, I see from the corner of the computer wants to take on b3.
Really?
And now it wants to take on c2.
Really?
And now take on b8, take on d1. Take on c8 is a crazy line. What is going on
This is
here?
awesome. Queen a4, yeah?
And queen a4.
So obviously you can't take the rook now because of checkmate. So you need to play queen a4, and we do a little count.
2 rooks and
Oh, hold on. So
I mean,
if
it's again queen. No, wait.
This is crazy. Okay, what? So I cannot take on e6 because my rook is hanging on c8, and I can't take on b6. Well, okay, because my rook is hanging on c8. So I need to go rook b8. Yeah, or what was
I
it you
don't
were
know.
saying?
Let's take a quick cheat moment. And
Well,
check.
okay, let's just rook b8. I mean, this is looking great for white though. It's 2 rooks against the queen. I'm ready to take on e6. My rook is very active. If this is the best line for black, then whew. But a really, really cute line of a takes b3. Takes a8 and b
I
takes
mean,
c2.
good luck calculating all of that with 8 minutes.
Yeah. Good luck, but it might be his best shot.
And Mr. Dodger is saying the comp line looks like a decent practical chance for Aggie.
Yeah. But the resulting position didn't look too promising, let's be honest. Okay, oh, he took on b3. So you might see this, because if the rook takes a8, well, the only alternative would be knight takes a8. Which might be also a move. I mean, now if knight takes e6, there's b takes c2 again. So white would need to take back with the c pawn here, and I think this is more of the problem, because here, yeah, what do you do now? Like, there's still queen takes h5, there's still knight takes e6, you cannot deal with both. You probably need to go knight f6, but I just take on e6, I take on d6, and you can just resign,
Yeah.
pawn up, bishops, this is too much. So, yeah, rook takes a8, and has been played by Adams, and now b takes c2, and he has to take on b8. He has to take on b8, otherwise black just takes back. Let's say move like queen. Yeah. Queen takes h5 would be also a move to consider though. But I think black can just take back on a8 and say, well, there's no checkmate. What are you going to do? I'm going to queen here on c1. That's really interesting though. Queen h7, king f8.
There isn't.
There's no continuation really, but it still looks sketchy.
Oh, and Danny Gormley against Chris Ward finished in a draw.
Really?
That's surprising.
g5, rook b8, g takes f6, king takes f6, and draw agreed. Yeah, that is in fact really surprising. I think that might be I was about to say it might be an error, but then again. Right, let me just turn on the engine. I think white is doing very well. Yeah, white is just completely winning here after queen g5.
But sure, do you think Chris resigned? No.
Yeah, I think probably that we missed some moves, or the moves haven't arrived yet. And Chris resigned after king g7. And now bishop takes c4, d takes c4. Well, that's not resignable yet. I mean,
I'm I mean, I can't really believe Danny. I mean, I can't even believe Chris would offer a draw in that position. Especially he had almost no time. He wouldn't offer a draw.
maybe something like this happened, but yeah, I wouldn't trust the result yet, guys, of Gormley against Ward being a draw.
Let me go to the official
Because
website.
I think Gormley, yeah, especially with Chris having so little time now, he's not going to take a draw here. This looks just completely winning. All right, let's go back to the action here. Adams against Eggleston. Eggleston now thinking about b takes c2, and really it is his only choice. If knight takes a8, there's c takes b3. You can resign. So b takes c2, we're going down this line. Rook takes b8, c takes d1. Again, only move. White has to take on c8. If rook takes d1, black is out of the worry zone. Let's put it like this. Entered an endgame, everything's defended. Rook b1, just knight d7. And he's up a pawn. Doesn't count for much though. That would be close to a draw, close to equal. So, excuse me. Rook takes b8. This is a really cute line here. Rook takes c8. Now threatening checkmate, and the only move to stop that is queen a4. And now white could play a move like rook b8. I'm sure. But there's also the option rook takes e8 and just taking on b6, and this also looks really nice, having two minor pieces and a rook against the queen. Yeah, this feels about winning.
I'm very curious if we're going to go down this line.
I think so. I think Eggy will realize that in this position, if he takes with the knight and white simply takes back on b3, there's just nothing he can do here. Just completely hopeless. Just completely over. So yeah, I think we will go down this line, which is a really nice line, I have to say. And surprisingly, black doesn't lose on the spot, but he has this move queen a4, defending e8 still. Now, yeah, rook takes e8 looks very tempting. Also, a move like rook b8 or rook d8 looks great, keeping the rook on the 8th rank. And we're attesting excellent winning chances for white here. But it's interesting how turned.
Eggy took on.
Oh, he did take with the
A8.
knight of. It's unfortunate because it was a nice line,
Yeah.
but now after c takes b3, he might as well resign.
But okay, I mean, maybe if you see that knight 8 is so bad, you have to consider taking on c2, and he probably did consider it, but still with 5 minutes on the clock, it's hard to criticize him too much.
Yeah, I mean b takes c2. Let's be honest, it looked pretty bad too, you know. But here,
And
C
Mickey
takes
has taken
b3,
on b3. And
just played. And indeed, we see the correct result. Gomali won against Chris Ward. It might be not
Maybe
the final
he won on
position
time.
here. Maybe he won on time. Could be true. Let's check out the time. Between the players, no. I mean, at least here on Chess24 it
but it's
says.
very strange that the result shows up after. It's very weird that you play a move and then
Nah,
resign.
you wouldn't resign this
Yeah.
position, especially if you're attacking the white queen. I mean, who knows? But okay, Gomali winning a nice game with an attack. That was nice. And he will be on 6
hasn't
out of
played
8.
Adams yet, has he?
He has not played Adams yet, I don't think. So that could be a potential pairing, but we're still waiting on this result, and that's going to be very important for the standings. And what is going on here? White currently being up 2 pawns, and I think maybe there was an oversight by Nick Pert. Maybe he wanted to go queen takes c1, then takes on e5, but missed that there's rook takes e6, which just shatters his dreams. Well, not dreams, but shatters his calculations. And, you know, if you move your queen now, then it's just take on e8, or, yeah, just take on e8. But if you take back, now I suddenly have bishop and queen against the rook. So I think this just game over.
Yeah.
What is he going to do here? This is 2 pawns. So that must have been a calculation.
He did just play queen b3, but
oversight.
I think he also, just missed
Queen
it.
b3. I can just move my rook. Hold on, I can even take on c6. Who are we kidding here? This is just completely gone.
Yeah.
Wow, so calculation oversight by Niclas Pert, and
Nick, he's down to 30 seconds, so again,
he will lose his first
very-
game.
tough, yeah.
So let's see what happened here. Knight f8, bishop. Well, white is having nice pressure already anyway. Not a lot of targets for black. Of course, you can say, well, the queen is active, I have my rook on the open d file, but they don't do anything.
Yep.
And now finally black's regrouping the knight, but in the process is losing a pawn. And now he went queen c2, and here he must have missed this rook takes e5, f6 doesn't work. Otherwise he could have played here f6 as well, and you know, have some better chances.
Yeah.
Still tough position, obviously. White can also go rook c1. Yeah, position is probably lost anyway. But here I think, yeah, rook takes c6 just played, and I think Nick Pert will resign now. The point is rook takes c6, queen takes c6, hits the e8 rook, and it's just 3 extra pawns for white. Just a little bit too much to...
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
let's quickly go to Martin Brown against Justin Tan.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Because there seems to be some time trouble, and apparently from the chat I understood white is doing well, White seems to
No,
be...
not anymore. He has just blundered something. I mean, Black's
Oh.
just taking on d1 now, and
Yeah.
uh,
So what happened here?
so
Let's go back a
indeed
bit.
we saw g4 later. Not at the moment I suggested, but I think White was doing really well. Just having nice attacking prospects as well here, and this is looking great for White up to a certain point. Oh, knight d4, such a nice move. So queen g2, just allowing
Yeah.
all kinds of tactics on, but knight d4 is of course a move you can miss, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Beautiful move.
And
by
that's what I
Justin
said
Tan.
earlier. Justin Tan, he's very sharp.
Quick on his feet with
yeah.
the tactics, yeah. So the queen needs to go somewhere else here, probably just f2.
And then White is probably fine.
White is
More
doing
than fine.
White is doing great here, I think, with the bishop on c5.
Yeah.
So knight d4. Now the problem is, of course, the unprotected queen on g2, so I cannot take on d4. It would be knight c3, picking up the queen. I'm wondering, what is the engine saying to this position? Still, White is better, but has to find a very curious move. Knight e3. Isn't that just gorgeous? I mean, let's be honest, guys. Isn't that a gorgeous move? The point is, it is protecting the queen for now. And if rook takes e3, then I can take on d4. And now you cannot go for your trick here, because there's a back rank checkmate. Guys, this is just... I would have loved to see knight e3.
Yeah.
This would have been just marvelous.
So let's have a look. So rook takes.
Oh no, bishop takes e4 is actually better here.
Bishop.
Rook takes d4, rook e5 is just equal, but bishop takes. And same idea though, if the knight c3, I take with the bishop once again.
Yeah.
Back rank, and you cannot take my queen. But
Some crazy lines.
yeah, but you could have also just played a move like queen f2, but instead he played rook f2, and that's just blundering it away. Very unfortunate. That's just blundering the exchange. Here after knight takes c2, rook takes c2, knight c3, b takes c3, rook takes d1, king b2, and here, in fact, a3 would have been even stronger than what Justin did. He took on g2, a3, followed by queen a6, and just, I think, preparing.
Yeah,
Rook
but I think
a8.
taking on g2 is the more human.
Yeah, of course, it's a
way.
more human way. Absolutely. And he will win this position as
Yeah.
well. He's just an exchange up for no compensation for White.
By the way, we're being challenged by Senti or Chenti to check out board 18, where apparently the players agreed a draw. So let's go down. It's the game between Marcus Harvey, I believe, with the black pieces. Yeah. So apparently there's mate in 5 in a position where they agreed a draw.
Oh, let's see if we can find it. Oh, I think I do. I spotted it. Yes, I'm very proud. All right,
He's trying to be too quick here.
I'm trying to be quick.
So well spotted.
So Matthew Payne will be in some... Okay, that's too obvious. So beautiful attacking game here by Matthew. Knight takes e6. I mean, he sacrificed everything. Look at this. Bam, bam, bam.
Yeah. It's a shame when you play a beautiful game like that to then just miss the final blow.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is an idea he will not forget, that the queen can also go to h5
Yeah.
to cover f7. Well, it happens.
It would have been beautiful. Game of the round if it found it.
Could have been.
So let's go back to our top boards. I think
Yeah.
Aggie is
Gawain
in some
Jones
very
has
dire
won.
straits.
Right, Gawain has won. We'll
Yeah.
get to Adams in a moment. Being up 3 pawns, Niclas Pert resigned. That puts Gawain Jones on 6.5, and he will be most likely the opponent of Michael Adams, who is just going to win here after f5. Another nice move. I was just saying earlier White could just take on e6, and Black has all these weaknesses, but f5 probably even stronger. White has a very strong knight on g5. Black cannot take. It's impossible. White just takes on h5, has an attack. One thing you had to consider those d5 check, which I wasn't aware of, but Aggie was, and he played it, but it probably doesn't change anything after king h1.
Yeah, king h1 is on the board.
If d takes e4 now, I think white just takes on e6, e takes d3, takes on f7, king, I don't know where to put the king, let's say f8. And I mean, even if white just takes back here on d3, or takes on e8 first, or plays bishop d2, d5, too many options. Wait, is there anything else black can do here? Well, bishop d7 is probably not his idea. Then white can just take on d5.
I can tell you there's probably not much to do because looking over the computer gives a +6 advantage.
Yeah,
so
+6 is a little bit too much.
And Eggy took on f5.
He took on f5, but now e takes e5 probably just grabbing this one first.
But also the move you looked at earlier.
Queen takes h5,
Yeah.
knight f6, queen h6. Well, yeah.
Oh, but you're right. ED is even stronger.
Yeah, ed just makes a lot of sense, right? Just take on this one, he has to move the bishop, and now, you know, just have to make sure I don't blunder like some rook c1, but right now that's not an issue. I might even play bishop d4 first here. Also to have ideas. Oh no, rook g3 is not an idea. Yeah, still gotta be a little bit careful maybe. But this is completely... Oh, just queen takes h5. What are we talking about? This is also attacking f7 actually. I didn't notice that. Yeah, so this is just completely... It's just immediately game over.
What were we saying? Knight f6?
No, I didn't see that f7 is hanging. I just thought it's queen h7 threat, but yeah.
But Mickey took on d5. I mean, it doesn't
No, that's what we were talking about. E takes d5. First pushing the bishop away, and now there's a double attack. Adams is doing all the right things here. And playing just a...
perfect game.
Oh yeah, I was about to say, perfect game. Yeah, pretty much from what we saw, absolutely.
Tomorrow will probably, I wouldn't say his last test, but tomorrow he will face third seed Gawain Jones. And I think if he wins that game, then he will be...
Yeah, way on his... Well on his way, I think that's the way to
I think
say.
he's already well on his way, but I think if he beats Gawain tomorrow, then that would just be pretty much game over. Can see Mickey losing his last 2 games.
Right. Especially since he has never lost, well not never, but he has lost 3 games, the user said, in the last 16 years.
Against players
below 2600. Well, after he has played against Gawain Jones, there are no 2600 players anymore in the tournament, so...
And Pramod was challenging you. It's now mate in 9.
Black can still make 9 moves until he's checkmate. Okay, I see 2 checks. What else am I going to do? Probably something like bishop e6.
I just played knight e6.
Knight d6. Probably that's the best way to still...
Yeah. Mate in 7 now.
Mate in 7, so he missed one chance maybe to play queen h2 first. Or something like that. Let me see if we can figure this out.
There's only one move for mate in 7.
Only one move for mate in 7. It's gotta be a good move. Gotta be a good move. I don't really know. Let's see.
There's also a mate in 9 and a mate in 10.
That's nice. Having options. Well, I would probably just play a move like bishop f4.
Bishop f4 is the second best.
Ah, okay, that's not too bad. So probably queen h7 first.
No.
Ah.
That's only third best.
Oh no. What am I missing? I don't know. Can I?
And Mickey played your move.
Ah, so what was the best move?
The best move was bishop d4.
Ah, bishop d4. It's not a human move. I mean, you're running into rook c1.
Yeah.
And now what? Bishop f1?
Yeah, I don't even know.
Yeah, bishop f1. That's the mate in 7. Okay, I mean, why would you do this, right? Just to get the quickest mate. Yeah, okay.
So again, bishop f4, the most human move.
Yeah.
And this is not going to go on for much longer.
Yeah, the threat is now queen h7 followed by bishop takes d6. Okay, so probably he will try something like bishop e8. Still hanging on for a few more moves, but here I can... I want to say this and this, but even this still continues. Anyways,
Oh, it's now mate in 3.
well, yeah, now queen b4, that's simple. I can figure this out. Okay. But there's one last trick, guys. Bishop takes d6 first would be not a good idea because of rook c1 and king h2 and queen takes d6. Well, even this might be still just winning. But anyways, he will not go for this. He will just play queen h7 here.
Yeah.
And yep, he has played it. And now Eggy will resign and lose his first game. Is that right?
No,
yeah.
Oh
He
yeah.
has drawn two games
absolutely.
earlier.
Yep.
And yeah. And Justin Tan has won as expected. Probably some nice little finishing combination here. Rook d3, rook c2, and rook takes c3, takes b4, and b takes c3, and this pawn will queen.
So Justin Tan and David Eggleston, 2 contenders for GM norms.
Yeah, and Justin Tan has already played against the big 3 in the tournament, Jones, Howell, and Adams, so he can be way on his way. Why am I always saying this expression? Well on his way, also always saying it wrong. Well on his way to win the tournament. Just keep winning all the remaining games, but will be tough with Michael Adams in the lead. And of course, you cannot just win on demand against the other players as well.
And Eggy did resign. So let's go to, I think we're 5 minutes away from time control. So let's see how David Howell is doing against Dietmar Kohlbusch.
Yes, he has reached
They
time
have
control
reached time
confidently, comfortably and confidently probably. Having nice pressure here still. Yeah, I like this. Nice knight on c5. Rook can come to a2. This will still be a task though.
Yeah.
I could imagine a move like knight d1, getting a knight to c3, or well playing knight d5. But yeah, like we said earlier, Howell will grind this for a long time.
Yeah.
And now that David Howell has also reached time control, I think it's a good point in time to take a little break.
Absolutely.
So we have still one of the top boards going on.
We also had another, let's just quickly see. Okay, Marcus Osborne was also, but he's made a draw against Richard Palliser. So yeah, really our only top game
Which
of the day.
is
That's still
also a good result
good
for
result,
Osborne,
yep.
who's continuing his good tournament. Yeah, this has ended already. But we have some more other games,
Both
for
my
example.
friends Keith and Pete are still playing, and we will check all of that out after a short break. Is there
Right.
anything else
Yep.
you wanted to say?
No, I was just about to say, he might not still play when we come back because he's 3 pawns up. Okay, maybe if you're lucky. All right, so
Okay.
guys, we'll be back shortly. See you soon.
Stay tuned.
And welcome back, everybody, to the coverage of the British Chess Championship. A few games still going on, but of the top games, really, most of them have finished. It's just to take a quick tour what has happened in the top games, Fiona.
So on top board, Aggie's fantastic run sadly came to an end as he was stopped by top seed Mickey Adams. Mickey, who played a great game with the white pieces. People in the chat, some people were criticizing Aggie's opening choice, but again, in hindsight, it's easy, and also with the black pieces. Very hard to give good advice what to play against Mickey. And then on board 2, Gawain seemed to be in the driving seat for most of the game, but then in the end he profited from Nick being short on time, and Nick there was a tactical oversight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So Gawain will play Mickey Adams tomorrow. I'm not sure with which color because both of them were white today, but someone in the chat mentioned earlier he believed Gawain would be white. So as I said earlier, probably the last big test for Mickey in this tournament.
Yeah, I think Gawain will be white. I mean, the general rule of thumb is, unless there are some other things going on and all things equal, the stronger player gets the
other color.
Yeah, the color switch. Yeah. And I just checked, they both had alternating colors up to this point, so no abnormalities. So it means Gawain will be white again. Of course, that puts him in a good place to, maybe even win against Michael Adams, but will certainly not be easy, and could also that, they go for, a draw. Who knows? On board 3.
Yeah, another very nice game. It started out rather quietly, and then pretty much out of nowhere, Danny sacrificed an exchange on c7 and then launched a very nice attack, which especially helped by Chris being short on time, brought him a rather quick victory.
Yeah, nice game by Gomali, and in fact, the first 3 games all ended with 1-0, but we're not expecting this result in the game between Dietmar Kolbus against David Hull, which is still going on. David having a good active position here, nice rook on a2, the knight is well placed on c5. White is still holding on here, no doubt, but it seems like in the long run, somehow David will grind out the victory.
And I mentioned at the start of the show that I play in differential. Many of the players in the tournament here are my teammates, as is David Howell, and I've spent many hours in my life waiting for David to finish, grinding out tiny advantages. So I think he will do the same here today.
I'm honestly just very concretely here. If black can just take on d5, obviously you have to take back with the pawn. You can never give back the b2. Then this pawn will just be too strong. And I would expect c takes d5, but now, or maybe e takes d5. I don't know, but either way I want to play knight a4 and go after this pawn on b2. And now especially with rook, after c takes d5 also allows moves like rook c2. Here, bishop d1 would not work on account of knight takes b2 and knight d3 check, taking on d2 and taking on e1. So that is winning.
So what if I take on d5 with the e?
Probably that's what you need to do, but still knight a4. I'm wondering what can you even do here. If rook b1, I can play knight c3. Once again, making use of some tactics, even though this is still continuous. Maybe it is not doing too much. Rook c1 simply.
And David just took on d5.
Yeah, it feels very close here.
And Dietmar immediately took back with the e-pawn.
Yeah, because otherwise the c file would be open. That's the issue. But even if black doesn't have a direct way to win here, he can, further improve his position, put the king on f6, maybe even take on h4. Could create some more spots or weaknesses in the white position, and such a nice endgame. Just wondering if there's any direct direct way here to play, but maybe not. But yeah, this feels really, really good for black. Knight e4, yeah, indeed, rook b1, the only move apparently. And knight c3, just rook c1, and I don't have a follow-up. Knight takes d5, just rook takes d5.
Yeah.
And I could go to b5, but it just wouldn't help me much. Yeah, so we'll leave it up to David to solve, not to solve, but to improve his position and here, and eventually grind out the win. I'm pretty sure he will be able to do it.
So maybe let's check out Mark Hebden, who is assigned to board 5. We haven't looked at his game at all.
Yes.
He's playing another youngster, Adam Taylor, another very talented player.
Yeah, and Mark looks like he's in a good position here. He hasn't had a good tournament though. He lost his last 2 black games, which only puts him at 4 out of 7 right now. So he has not really been on the top boards, but
yeah, I
if
think
he
it's
wins
important
today,
for Mark to win today.
yeah, he can still have a say or maybe have some impact. And he looks way on his way. The rook is well placed, kind of pinning the bishop right now. That's why black cannot take on f3 because of rook takes e5.
And look at the time situation as well.
Time situation is overwhelmingly good for Mark. I think he already got his half an hour, Adam Taylor.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he has only 2 minutes left for an entire game. His position is difficult. This will be.
It's just very hard to find a move, actually.
Yeah, exactly. This will be just 1-0. Simple as that. Okay.
So let's move on.
Yeah, this game we looked at already. Justin Tant came back from an inferior position with some nice tactics. This game was a draw between Marcus Osborne and Richard Pelser. Marcus Osborne having a good tournament.
John Ems, this we didn't see at all.
John Ems, we didn't see at all. Seems like John scored a nice win. I think this is a Fury line. But it's always a little bit sketchy for black because, yeah, you have a lot of weaknesses and your king is also not that safe. And here bishop d6. And now queen a3, nice play. And now just attacking, and yeah. Black's bishop is just very sad. Would like to be on d5, but this is not fantasy land, so the bishop stays on d7 and oh, d5. Gorgeous. Gorgeous move. E takes d5. Rook is coming in. Queen g3. Queen d8. What is the white threat here though, right now?
I was just wondering as well.
Well, probably white will just improve his position. I mean, what is black going to do? Maybe something like h4, h5. Queen d8, rook c1, bishop g4, queen f4. Uh-oh. G5 takes, and queen h5, and game over. Nothing stopping queen takes h7. Just an effortless game by John Ems. And
As
I was
you
telling you when we went into a break, you know, once we come back, this game will be over, and it is. Keith Ockel scored a win and is on 5.5 out of 8 now.
But the game between the Peters is still going on.
The game between the Peters is still going on, but probably not for too long. It seems that Peter Batchelor with the white pieces is going to equalize here, I would say. G4 is interesting. Yep, white was a little bit in a bind here. Can I move the king? Can I move the bishop?
What do you mean he's going to equalize?
As white.
Do you mean he's going to
draw?
draw?
Yeah. I somehow have a feeling, but not sure yet exactly how it's going to happen. I might be also wrong. Maybe there's just f4 here, which could be quite annoying. I want to go king g2, but then there's f3. And,
but even if white does nothing, how do I progress? No, but I didn't want to. I just wanted to stay on g1 and just see what you were going to do.
What black is
What's
going
your
to do?
threat? Yeah. Let's say I do nothing.
Probably slow play, get the
Okay.
king close. I mean, you can probably
And
play
if
with
I,
like rook a8.
yeah,
But, yeah.
it looks like there should be something, but I just couldn't see it.
Yeah, it just feels like Peter Batchelor will find a way to hold this. If f takes g4, I think there's just rook a4 here.
I would put my money on black.
Really?
No. Not for any concrete reason.
Check.
Are you going to mate me? No.
I'll try. Now I have this double threat. And this is dead draw.
Yeah.
But of course you don't have to take on g4. But really then you need to play f4. Yeah, but even this, I mean even
Now
this.
you're threatening
Bishop d3, yeah, and if you go f3, I want to go here. And I think this is a draw.
And Pramod, I saw you asked us this during the break already, or just before the break, asking how Peter Swidler was selected in place of Vladimir Kramnik for the Sinquefield Cup. I'm not sure what the criteria for his selection is. I think when organizers are faced with such a late withdrawal, I think what they probably tend to do is contact people they know, strong players.
Yeah.
They know. I don't think there is a criteria. I don't think they have to follow the rating list. I think they can just, if someone withdraws, invite who they want or who might be the easiest. So, but yeah, I don't know what criteria they base themselves on.
Yep. So you're still betting on black.
Yeah.
I'm kind of expecting a draw, but yeah, there might be still some tricks. Let's see which other games are still
And
going on.
Javanka won, which is good for her, of course. She had a tough time yesterday against Nick Pert, but seems to have played a nice game today. Tamas also won, which is important for him because he's not having a great time. Richard Pert, did you want to show us something there?
I did, yes. There was a nice little sequence of moves here. Probably White already being in trouble. Well, it probably all started way earlier, but it's really interesting here. Rook b5, targeting the e5 pawn. White was betting on queen d4 and having this double attack here against the pawn, regain the pawn, but b takes a3 is happening, and queen takes d7 was not a good idea. White should probably just take back on a3 and hope for the best, being a pawn down, because here after a takes b2, this pawn is pretty strong. b1 queen now being a threat already. White tried rook d1, but that was answered by bishop c2, and now knight c4. I thought that was pretty nice. Black just takes on d1, returns to c2, and is going to queen next move, and
Very nice.
White will be down in exchange and completely lost.
Okay, so let's see if we still have some games going on.
Yeah. There's this
Akito
game.
Oyama against Oliver Gill.
What is the pawn count? 5 against 5. This looks pretty complicated still. I mean, I would bet on white, because white is nice and active, but not that clear.
Very
Not that
interesting.
clear. Maybe I can do something like a5. Whose move is it? I want to go a5. The pawn is, yeah, you don't want to take here. I think that would be, I mean, even this I'm not sure, but my instincts, or my intuition rather, I should say, is telling me this would be good for white. And my idea was that if you take on a5, now I have time to go back to e3, which previously I couldn't do. Black could take on c5. I'm stopping the pawn, and now I can play something like g4 and get these pawns rolling, hopefully. So I think that would be nice. Probably the more critical try would be to take on c5, but then a5 would turn out to be a good move anyway, because you also get a the pawn closer.
I'm going to interrupt you because, as I am preciso is pointing out, it seems like Dietmar Kolbos has allowed a little trick here. Rook takes b2 apparently.
Okay. Yeah, this would be unfortunate. And actually this what just happened. And, you know, usually people say rook in games are draw. But the problem here is white has too many weaknesses and is already pawn down. So I cannot see him holding this. h5, rook h4, pawn would be gone immediately. And if rook h1, well, king e5. It's also quite simple. Just too many weaknesses here. So what happened? Here he just played king f6. And now Dietmar just played bishop d1. Allowing this rook takes b2, which is, of course, is, I mean, just an easy trick. So he maybe misevaluated something. I can't imagine he missed rook takes b2, which is, you know, very simple. Maybe here he wants to go, no, king d4 doesn't work, rook takes c4. So this is the position on the board right now. Yeah, what else can I do? I mean, I can go king e3. I can go king g3.
I think no matter what Dietmar does, David is going to take this one.
Yeah. Here, actually, there's even rook b8, which is quite nasty. I'm just noticing this. The point is you want to keep protecting your pawn, but if you go bishop a2, there's rook a8. And if bishop a3 back, there's rook a3. And, you know, if... I mean, already we said the rook in game is lost. But if the rook in game is lost, then the endgame with the knights and knight and bishop on the board still is even more lost. If that's even possible. Well, probably just doesn't matter. But that's just an additional problem here. So what else? King e2 then maybe? Maybe king e2. But similarly even, you know, even here I can do the same thing. I can do the same thing. Even if it comes without a pin, I'm still forcing this endgame.
Yep.
So this is just game over. This will be just over in a matter of moves, really. So bishop d1, apparently a decisive mistake, but yeah, it wouldn't have been easy anyway. I mean, white can just stay passive. Probably king e3 would be the way to go, but then again you have to watch out for stuff like rook g8, and black is coming in there. Yeah.
And
tough.
I just wanted to read out a comment by Jack Smith. Where is it? We pointed this out earlier, but yeah, big game tomorrow for Gawain. Quietly going unbeaten through the tournament. White versus Adams tomorrow. If he can pull off a win, he is big favorite for the title. Absolutely. I mean, he is now, he's just half a point behind Mickey. He will most likely have the white pieces. And if he can pull a win off, indeed, he will suddenly be the favorite for the title.
Yeah, this will be a huge game tomorrow.
Yeah.
So make sure to tune in tomorrow. But we're not done yet. We'll see how this game develops, and we'll see also maybe how this game develops still. Mark Hapton against Adam Taylor. Adam Taylor down to 1 minute, 7 seconds. And also the problem is this bind. You know, you never get out of it. I mean, white is just going to put you in Zugzwang. I can just move my king here. Let's say I move king d1. What are you going to do? Well, you can probably still play king c8. But you can never move these pieces. If you move the bishop, I just take an f5 and, you know.
Yeah, but the problem is I can also not go to a black square with my king. So what am I going to do? King e2 next?
Well, black first has to play something, right? So you probably... Well, I don't know. Do you go to c8 or b7? Probably c8, let's say.
So King e2.
King e2. And yeah, still need to show exactly how am I going to win. That's true. But can I actually just go king e3? If you go bishop f4, I play king d4, and now I'm forcing the rook exchange. Would be quite favorable for me, I think. Yeah, so this also just seems to be a matter of time. And he has just played king d1, and he might go this route we're just showing. And black really completely hopeless. Yep, so Mark will win and be on 5. And yeah, apart from that, not a lot of games still going on,
We can
right?
check back with our bishop ending.
Oh, the bishop
this
ending.
one.
I played rook
This one.
a3.
Yeah, I forgot. I meant the other bishop
Oh,
ending, which
the
is
other one.
the...
Yeah, I was wondering if king g2 was possible here. Maybe he didn't want to see this necessarily. Which I understand, but it would have been a more direct way to solve this, and I'm pretty sure this is a draw. I mean, the best black can get is this, and this is a draw. Yeah, even rook a5 here. And rook g5 I can just take.
I can't even count till 2 anymore. Yep.
Yep, and yep. But he allowed the king out of his corner.
I'm
you like
just
how I described
No, I was just reading the chat because people are discussing who should have been invited to replace Kramnik, and Santi threw in his 2 cents to say they should have invited Eggy.
Yeah, would have been a tough task for Eggy, for all due respect. Yeah, this will probably still continue for a while.
Yeah.
Okay, now he wants to most likely play king g2. That's why he played rook a3, so there's no f3 check, and then free his bishop. But here black can play rook c2, yeah? And now you have, yeah. I mean, maybe this is also possible. Yeah, this looks like a really solid setup for white, in fact. Still, black can certainly try something, and as you said, this could still result in a black win.
What about the other bishop ending?
The other bishop endgame, he has played...
He's managed to push his pawns there.
Without going a5, he just played check. I was afraid of king g4.
What was his follow-up idea?
Probably king e5. Well, hold on. What is going on here? Now bishop e8, I would lose the bishop after king e7.
I was also wondering, I couldn't take on c5 instead of g3?
Yeah, same thing, king f6, but yeah, this requires a lot of calculation because these pawns also might...
Yeah, I was wondering if I can even go, probably not c4 here.
But king g4 looked like the more critical try. Okay, maybe white takes on b6 first, and then goes king e5. But this looks far from clear, at least, you know, in the game. Now white gets g4 and keeps all his trumps, plays g5, plays h5. This looks like winning now. Yeah. In the meantime...
Let's see, check back in with David Howell.
And he's going for the exact same line we talked about earlier. It looked like here Dietmar Kolbus had to go king g2 when at least here after rook b8 he could play rook e3, so black would need to go knight takes c4 here, but this is also winning, it's just a matter of time. But now rook a8, you know, yeah, you might as well resign. Black will keep the knight, bishop b3, rook a3, bishop c2, and knight takes c4, and active rook, all weak pawns, really all targets. The king is perfect. White has no counterplay whatsoever. It is game over for Dietmar Kobus,
Yeah.
who, yeah, he was pretty much just defending the whole game after the opening.
I think this was a very typical David Howell game.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just nursing his tiny advantage throughout the game and then bouncing as soon as he had a chance.
Yeah. And of course, the big mistake here, bishop d1, made it easy for David. White has certainly ways to fight on, but in any case, it will be tough. It will be tough, no matter what. It would have been a long suffering. But yeah, now David on his way
And
to win.
surprisingly, David is even up on time. So yeah, I think he will have no trouble whatsoever converting this.
Yep. So we can continue our tour. Who else is playing? This is interesting. What's going on here? Another opposite colored bishop endgame. Quite interesting, yeah? The bishop and this pawn control the rook. But on the other hand, white has some trumps as well. But possibly this pawn
It's
might
getting
just
so
trump.
late in the day that
But
I'm
then-
struggling seeing where the pawns are
Oh,
going.
you want to be careful about this, yeah?
Yeah.
I don't even know how to evaluate this. What if I go f4? Just, you know,
Mhm.
if in doubt, just push some pawns.
I guess I have to go
No,
a7,
h7 doesn't work, yeah?
but then I
Rook
wanted to
h4.
go bishop d4, but then I just,
Then yeah, I can just take here.
yeah. But I don't know if there's a way for me to...
Well, probably bishop d4 immediately.
Oh, what about rook h1?
Rook h1. Oh, that's pretty nice too. Maybe I need to... I was gonna say maybe I need to play bishop c2, but you just play h7 anyway,
And I want
because you
to
always have
mate
this
you.
checkmate threat.
Yeah, but if you go back now, rook g8?
But then there's
Ah,
probably
there's
rook
the-
c7 or rook a7. Uh-oh. I know this queen is about to queen.
Yeah, this must be made.
Nah, rook d8 still. Rook d8, but king c5. Oh no. This is made.
And what happened in the game? Nothing. huh?
Nothing as of yet. f4. White can also play differently here, yeah? King e4, for example. Yeah, this setup is pretty strong because they're always mating threats. But I like this h6, f3, rook h1. If I go f2, h7, now I cannot stop this. This is bad news for me, even though I can queen either way. It's not with check. Can I play rook h4? I just rook takes.
And what's your follow-up?
Well, I don't have one.
But
I want to go
okay.
h7,
yeah.
but now I can just take.
Oh,
It's very sad, and then you're going to queen again.
so sad. Can I? I can't really.
No,
do
rook
anything.
g4 is too slow. Queen
Yeah.
d2.
So what
rook
was that?
h4, but rook g1, I think could be a problem.
And a draw.
No, it's not a
G4.
draw because now I can take.
Oh no, mating. Yeah.
Also important that this square is covered. Yeah. This is good for white. Interesting. Maybe I just have to move my king for starters.
Rook G4, are they talking? No.
Yeah, Yeah, they're talking about this game. F4 here was the only move to hold, is saying. Jack Smith is saying. Which is kind of surprising, because it looks like white can just take. And I don't see a follow-up here. But a very rich position still, I mean.
Yeah.
I can see either side winning here. Real interesting. Alright. This game is also still going on between David Graham and Sarah Longson, but
Sarah is Sarah Haggerty, who got married not so long ago.
oh,
So
we have the wrong name.
no, it's she got
Oh,
married
okay.
to Alex Longson,
Okay, I see.
and took his name.
So Sarah, no. Yes, Sarah needs to go rook b8 here. Rook h2, that would be just rook h5. And white is going to queen.
So rook.
Or rook b6 is she maybe pondering about. But that wouldn't be a good idea
And
either
king,
because of
yeah.
king h5.
And then rook g8.
And if now this,
Then I can give a check.
then you can give a check and then queen. Oh, or even queen immediately. Never mind.
Oh yeah.
Rook b8, rook g8. Ah, I thought that's what you meant.
Yeah, no, but then I mean I was trying to be clever with rook g4, but it is a check. It's true.
Yeah.
Queening comes with.
Yeah, no. I thought you meant with queen, but
Yeah.
oh well. So rook b8 here. Yeah, those rook in games, they're always lovely. Lovely. It feels like...
It feels like white should be winning somehow.
yeah, because
no?
of these pawns
Yeah.
still. This
If they
makes
were off
it
the board, it
would be a draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Right, we can just make some random moves. Rook
Okay.
h5.
yeah. Oh, king g7. I always have to look at the notation.
King g7. Okay, let's say c3.
And queen.
But now your king is going to be so far.
But yeah, because I was hoping I would be in time to take the a6 pawn first, but I'm not.
No, you're not going to be on time. But still. Ugh.
It's a draw, right? I
Yeah,
can't.
it's a draw. Whoop. Black's even getting a pawn first.
Yeah.
Mm.
And Coleman Hill was apparently a draw, so that was the position we just came from.
Coleman Hill, a draw. Come on, guys. To rook h4, a draw? Oh. To rook g1, I guess there's rook g4. But what if I just take? Play bishop g3?
And if I would just play bishop c2, stopping you, but your king can just, and my bishop stopping everything, yeah? And just-
Yeah, but this should be a draw. Let's say h6, you just wait. But if I come over, then just queen. And yeah, I mean this is the wrong
color,
bishop.
yeah.
This is the wrong color. So wait, was there a win for white?
Let's cheat.
Yeah, at
It's
this point.
getting late.
At this point, certainly. Rook g1 is possible. Rook g4. Okay, it's not doing much. White has to repeat. But here.
Someone's saying after rook h4, bishop f6 is very strong for white.
Yeah, the point is that if now black takes, then we can go back and black cannot stop. Rook g8. You have to spot this first of all. Yeah, so bishop f6 was the way to go. Still not clear
Far
cut
from
way.
obvious to see. I mean, far from
But-
easy to spot.
Yeah, too early to make a draw.
Okay, let's go back up.
And
What's
see what they're doing.
David is doing.
Oh. Okay. He's further harassing the bishop. Rook a1. He played rook e4. And the pawn is that after knight d2 he wants to go rook f4.
And if I go
King e5, then rook f5. King d4. And the bishop doesn't have that many squares, yeah? Probably bishop e4. But here could just take, play f6. But instead, they're going into this rook endgame, and now just rook d1. And that should call it a day. Black's just picking up the d5 pawn. Two connected pawns. That's it.
Okay, so I believe we're going to stick around until this one is over, but
Yeah, will not be much longer anyway. And Blue Haze is asking if
she's going
Wells
to say the same thing.
can squeeze the full point. What are the odds, Niclas? The odds of Wells squeezing a full point here. I don't know.
It's a pity we don't have a time situation for this game. Would be interesting to see.
We don't have one at all.
Let's see. No, they probably don't have clocks that are connected to the board, I guess.
Well, that's fine. Yeah, I'm expecting a draw. I mean, it's just not a lot of potential. What are you going to do? I put my bishop on g2. You know, I control f3. I can always give checks from the side, more or less. Right now, okay, now it's black to move. Otherwise, I would have said I can play bishop d3, bishop g6, which would be my dream anyway.
By the way, remember that after this game, Chanty is giving us a recommendation for a lower game between Klinger and Menadue. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Apparently there's a mate on the board, but one of the players is low on time.
Back? So which game is that? Did we see that at all yet?
I don't think so. Klinger with the white pieces.
Let's see if we can find
there
it.
It is.
There it is.
It's over.
It is over.
So we did find it. Oh, where's the mate?
I think Klinger was supposed. Back has a mate. Klinger. Black has a mate. Yeah. I mean, he won. That's probably sufficient. He didn't mate, but he won.
Yeah.
So here rook e2 is nice, forcing the exchange, because otherwise there's indeed mate. And then black will pick up the rook and quite conveniently also cover c8. So that will be it.
What is Sarah doing?
Sarah,
So they have this position now.
yeah, she played rook b8.
So might be a draw after all.
Might be a draw after all.
What if I
draw
go?
after all? Let's see. King f6 maybe? Or king h6? No, it doesn't make a difference.
Oh, and the Peters have just agreed a draw.
Yeah, I guess there was not much going on there. So is this anything? c8, dum da dum, da dum da dum, dum dum. Here I should be fast enough, hopefully, yeah?
Looks good at least.
It looks optically, yes.
No. I know, yes.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, wait.
Maybe I can do smarter if I go here.
Yeah.
Ah, too slow. Yeah, so that seems to be a draw unless missing some fancy trick. Like maybe I should pick up the a6 pawn now. If I can.
And Dietmar Kolbus has just resigned.
Maybe that's, yeah. Maybe that's still the way to go, but probably it is going to be a draw here. Alright, Dietmar Kolbus has resigned after a couple of checks. King is just hiding on f8. Black picks up the pawn d5, has 2 connected extra pawns in this rook endgame. No hope whatsoever for Dietmar, and that means David wins. And really all the favorites won on the first top boards.
A lot of decisive. Let's have a last look at Mark's position.
Well, I think he has good chances here as well.
So this will be over in a second as well.
Just curious how he won this. Let me just see. Oh, Black just took on f3. Well, that's not... Well, anyways, there was nothing to do regardless. All right, so...
Maybe a quick look at the standings?
Yeah, sure. Actually, I can bring this up very quickly, in fact. Well, I just have to do something. Scroll down a little bit. There we are. Michael Adams in first place with 7 out of 8. Right behind him, Gawain Jones, and they will face each other tomorrow. Gawain with the white pieces. This will be, of course, a crucial match. I don't have to tell you this. And we'll be back here covering it, of course, at 2:30 UK time. Then we have several players in shared third place on 6 out of 8, exactly 4 players. David Howell, Daniel Gomali, Justin Tan, and David Eggleston.
It would be very interesting to see a game between David Eggleston and Justin Tan, the two.
Probably that's what's going to happen, because Justin has already played against David.
Oh yeah.
And David hasn't played against Gomali, I believe. Let me just confirm that.
And the two of them, that would also be an interesting game, because they played an absolutely crazy game against each other last year. So I think we're in for another very interesting day tomorrow. So we'll be here, same place, same time as usual, 2:30 p.m. British time and 3:30 Central European Summer Time.
Yes.
I know you like to add some US timing.
Yeah, that is, by the way, that is 9:30 Eastern Daylight Time and 6:30 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time. I hope that's what it's called. Yeah. I don't have any more times, but I think that should cover...
Pretty much everything.
Well, most times.
So yeah, join us tomorrow for the big clash, Gawain Jones against Mickey Adams. And it's been a great day. Thank you for watching us. Thank you for contributing on the chat and wherever. And we'll see you tomorrow.
Goodbye. Have a good night. Bye-bye.